Chapter 671. Kaboom! In the distance, the 1,000-beast soldiers charged toward Han Xiao with large strides. They were like waves approaching, causing the ground to shake violently. Their specially made armor emitted a cold light. Tamaria raised her hand and threw out a dark gold mechanical axe. The blade of the axe was wrapped in a thick blood-red flame, and it spun at high speed like a red ring of fire, heading straight for Han Xiao's head. A suffocating wind pressure rushed toward Han Xiao, as though a gust of wind had appeared out of nowhere. Hoo! Han Xiao stomped on the ground, and a dense spider web of cracks appeared under his feet. Blue flames spurted out from the ground like ripples, pushing him into the sky and avoiding the flying axe's trajectory. The flying axe suddenly changed its trajectory and flew straight into the sky, chasing after Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked down from above and saw an alloy chain extending out from the end of the axe handle. It was constantly elongating, and the other end was connected to Tamaria's mechanical suit arm. Clearly, it could be controlled from afar. The floating monsters behind Han Xiao quickly formed a psionic shield and met the mechanical axe in front of them in the blink of an eye. The two collided heavily. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere. The mechanical axe that was wrapped in red flames was repelled by the shield, and the chain quickly shortened and returned to Tamaria's hand. This attack opened the curtains of the battle. Philip gave the alarm, and Han Xiao looked down. The surface defense turrets in the area around the armed satellite fortress all raised their muzzles and fired at him. 222. The large-caliber cannon barrels spewed out thick smoke, and the mini thermonuclear bombs created a metal wave. The blue, and green plasma cannons followed closely behind, and the laser turrets in the distance shot out beams of high-energy particle beams. All kinds of cannon fire were directed at Han Xiao. Han Xiao was not only facing 5 Calamity-grade supers, but he also had to face the defensive measures of this armed satellite fortress. The psionic thruster was fully activated, and Han Xiao turned into a blue bolt of lightning, drawing a dazzling flight path in the air and dodging the endless cannon fire. Rumble, one after another, violent explosions were left behind by him. The high-temperature shockwaves caused the temperature of the mech to rise rapidly. The sky was soon enshrouded by mushroom clouds one after another, which contained the thunder and lightning of the plasma cannons. It was as if a rapidly expanding thunderstorm cloud had appeared above the satellite fortress. As for the particle cannon, it pierced through the dark clouds, giving off a myriad of radiance. If one ignored the dangers involved, this scene was like 1,000 rays of light breaking through the clouds. It could be said to be spectacular. His vision was filled with black smoke, and his armor value slowly decreased under the aftermath of the explosion. With a calm expression, Han Xiao activated his army box and activated the mechanical force field to give him a mechanical force bonus. His energy had a new, void, attribute, and he could use the void dimension to conduct energy from a distance. This meant that within a certain range, the mechanical force bonuses would no longer be limited by space and could be used directly on machines. This greatly reduced the consumption of mechanical force bonuses and increased the efficiency of energy transmission. Crack, dense mechanical sounds suddenly came from the dark clouds, which suppressed the sound of the explosion for a moment. It was like the war drums of a 1.2 million mech legion, shaking everyone's heart. Army attack command received. Coverage confirmed. Hum. Philip's cute voice sounded from the mechanical suit's helmet. The next moment, millions of psionic cannons landed at the same time. It was like 1,000 flowers blooming in the night, and stars were falling like rain. Boom, 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 boom. The surface of the fortress in this area was instantly plowed. Amidst the blue psionic expansion light, the metal surface was deformed and shattered. Armor parts flew everywhere, and countless large craters were blasted out. It was a scene of devastation. 40% of the defenses in this area were directly destroyed by this round of airstrikes. The satellite fortress was completely crushed by Han Xiao's army. The black mechanical army descended, causing havoc on the surface, dismantling the cannons of the satellite fortress and fighting with the army of 10,000 beast soldiers. As far as Han Xiao's eyes could see, the vast battlefield was filled with smoke. Suddenly, the tactical screen reminded him that there was a high-energy reaction above his head. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Hoo! Temeria's axe brushed past him, creating a strong gust of wind. A pugilist's mobility was very high. After her attack missed, Tamaria twisted her body in midair and continuously chopped over. The edge of the axe left behind a blood-red afterimage. Her attacks were like a storm, and before the first wave of attacks had subsided, another wave followed. The huge force caused the mechanical axe to explode in the air with a deafening sound. Two shimmering psionic shields popped out of Han Xiao's hands and faced the attack head-on. Sparks flew everywhere, and clanging sounds reverberated like thunder. Swoosh! A flood of silver-black nanoparticles gushed out from the tubes on the back of the mountain ape mechanical suit and turned into 4 phantoms that only had their upper bodies. They hovered behind Han Xiao, and 8 psionic cannons were aimed at Tamaria, who was fighting with Han Xiao, at the same time. Bang! The first round of attacks from the 4 phantoms did not shake Temeria's determination to fight in close combat. She used her energy to form a shield on the surface of the axe and blocked the attack. Bang! In the second round of attacks, Tamaria still did not move. This kind of attack power was not enough for her to dodge. In the third round of attacks, Tamaria wanted to block it like before, but she suddenly felt an even stronger force pass through her arm and hit her internal organs. Legendary battle technique, activated. The sound of the explosion increased by a notch. Bang! Temeria's expression changed, and she was forced back with a grunt. What a strong penetrative force! Tamaria suppressed her surging blood and chi. Her face was filled with bewilderment. Han Xiao took the opportunity to increase the distance between them. He looked at the combat information, and a look of certainty appeared in his eyes. 35% of the true damage from the 8 psionic shock cannons was more than 12,000 points. Other than the basic mechanical force bonus, he did not use any other skills. Just the additional damage from the legendary battle technique alone was more than the normal damage from the 3 attacks after they were reduced by resistances. Molding talents are really scary. Han Xiao was shocked. Pugilists were famous for being tanky, and they were perfectly countered by this talent. Tamaria was a level 230 pugilist, and her battle style was mainly head-on. Her endurance should be at least 1,600 points. She was at least an elite pugilist, and with all kinds of pugilist talents, her health should be at least above 300,000. Temeria's health was more than half of Han Xiao's, but their tankiness was different. Han Xiao relied on the conversion of health to mana, which allowed him to recover 28% per second. This kind of recovery speed was enough to make a real tanky pugilist doubt their life. The actual combat effect of this talent is more powerful than I thought. As long as my mech army can guarantee a hit rate, these calculations took less than a second, and the other 4 Calamity Grade Supers also followed up and launched their own attack. Han Xiao hurriedly dodged all the long-range attacks, but he suddenly felt an attack coming from behind. One of the opponents was also a pugilist who specialized in the critical strike penetration agility style. He approached Han Xiao from behind like a meteor, and his alloy rapier had a sharp penetrative force. He stabbed toward Han Xiao's head, trying to disrupt his mobility. Han Xiao did not even turn his head. The 4 illusions collapsed and turned back into nanoparticles, reassembling into a mechanical palm that was 7 to 8 meters in size. Its fingers and palm were covered with a psionic shield, and it grabbed this pugilist who had ambushed him. Bang! The mechanical palm threw him 1,000 meters away like trash, and this person smashed into the ground. Han Xiao experienced the power of his new talent, and he no longer fought with Temeria's group of 5 personally. He gave an order, and the mech army that was dismantling the satellite fortress immediately split half of its forces to surround the 5 Calamity Grade Supers. He himself stayed at the side, interrupting the enemy's attacks from time to harass them. Do you think you can stop us with these pieces of scrap? Temeria's angry roar reverberated, and the flames on her body surged, breaking through the clouds. At the same time, outside the protective shield of the hyperdrive base station, Maud and the other 3 Section 0 fleets were fighting with the enemy's defense forces. They originally had the upper hand, and the enemy's fleets were forced to retreat. However, the other strongholds received a request for reinforcements from the base station, and a portion of the troops from the strongholds broke free from the suppression of Section Zero's troops. At this moment, the battle was extremely intense. Only Black Star managed to board one of the satellite fortresses. How's his situation now? In the flagship's main control room, Maud was observing Han Xiao's position through the over-the-horizon module. His vision was covered by the thick fog of the thermonuclear bombs. Section Zero had sent out many teams to try to board the 9 satellite fortresses to destroy the protective shield of the base station. However, the others were all forced to retreat, and only Black Star managed to board one of the satellite fortresses. Maud's palms were sweating. Their fleets were all blocked by the protective shield, and whether they could destroy the base station as soon as possible depended on whether Black Star could destroy the satellite fortresses as soon as possible. He was the hope of the entire village. Sir, we have observed that Black Star is currently fighting with the defense of the satellite fortresses. The enemy has sent out 5 Calamity-grade supers to deal with him. From the looks of it, they seem to be holding Black Star back. This is bad. Maud's heart tightened. At this juncture, if Black Star was held back, the situation would turn into a stalemate. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Gritting his teeth, Maud decisively gave the order. Inform the other 2 fleets to gather all the Calamity-grade supers and reinforce Black Star immediately. He is being held back by the enemy and needs help. Chapter 672. At the center of the base station commander was also observing Black Star's movements. Black Star is the only one who managed to break through the protective shield. Tamaria has already brought people to hold him back, an observer said. The base station commander nodded. Looking at the battlefield radar, his pupils suddenly constricted. The enemy sent out a Calamity-grade team to break through, and they're heading toward the satellite fortress where Black Star is. They want to reinforce Black Star. The base station commander's expression changed, and he spoke with a deep voice. Just in case, send another 5 Calamity-grade supers to deal with Black Star. We cannot let the enemy destroy our satellite fortress. Once the base station loses its defenses, we will definitely lose. After the order was given, another 5 Calamity-grade supers were dispatched. The 2 sides had a tacit understanding and sent reinforcements to the battlefield where Black Star was. In the air above the satellite fortress, the battle between Han Xiao and the Mech Legion against Temeria's group of 5 had been going on for quite some time. The battlefield spanned hundreds of miles. Everywhere they passed, the surface defenses of the fortress were torn apart by the Mech Legion. The battle in the sky had already reached its climax. Bang bang bang! The 5 Calamity-grade supers charged left and right, and the destroyed mechanical soldiers fell one after another. Boom! The dark gold mechanical axe spun like a whirlwind, bringing with it a thunderous sound wave as it smashed the machinery along the way. Temeria's majestic strength drove her heavy armor, and she punched and kicked, smashing all the mechanical soldiers around her. The other 4 displayed their various abilities, constantly killing the Mech Legion. It looked like the enemy had activated unparalleled mode, but Temeria's group of 5 was riddled with injuries. In reality, they were in an extremely passive state. With millions of mechanical soldiers, the attacks were extremely concentrated, and there would definitely be a time when they would hit. Han Xiao had previously set up Philip's combat mode according to the trigger conditions of legendary battle technique. The first 2 attacks were mainly to seal off the target's dodging paths, and the 3rd attack would hit. Furthermore, he had staggered the attack frequency of multiple troops and adopted a wave attack pattern. This meant that every round of attack from the entire army contained a large amount of true damage, which was extremely lethal. This made the 5 of them feel even more pressure. Tamaria did not even dare to take the attacks head-on anymore. Every time she faced a wave of attacks from the army, she could only focus on dealing with them. Otherwise, as long as she was hit by a wave of true damage-focused attacks, she would only be lightly injured due to luck. Her face was filled with rage, and she kept cursing in her heart over and over again. How could this not be considered lethal? Jode, you really are AF** King Scammer. In front of a Calamity-grade super, the defense of most of the cannon fodder mechanical soldiers was still very fragile. However, Their attack power had already undergone a qualitative change. In the past, most of the time, Han Xiao would use the Mech Legion to exhaust his opponents before personally going up to beat them up. However, at this moment, his opponents were completely trapped within the Mech Legion and were too tired to deal with him. They did not even have a chance to attack him. Philip's calculation efficiency firmly controlled the situation of the battle, and Han Xiao was able to free up his hands to perform virtual intrusion. Surprisingly, the target was this satellite fortress. The defensive measures of the satellite fortress were endless, and it held back half of his Mech Legion. In order to quickly destroy this satellite, virtual intrusion was the most efficient method. Boom! Right at this moment, Tamaria suddenly used some kind of ability and broke through the encirclement of the army with a blood-red shockwave. Like a cannonball, she shot right in front of Han Xiao and brazenly attacked him. Ha! With a roar, the mechanical axe chopped down again. TSK. Han Xiao smirked, and he had no choice but to stop virtual intrusion and release 2 psionic shields to block this attack again. Clang! The blade of the axe was stuck in the middle of the shields. At this moment, the blade of the axe seemed to have a suction force, and the flames around Tamaria were sucked in like a vortex. The blade of the axe became redder and redder. The next moment, a thick blood-red shockwave burst out from the blade of the axe. 0 range hit. Boom! Han Xiao was hit hard and groaned. Just as he was about to retreat, Tamaria was faster. She used the chain at the end of the mechanical axe to wrap around Han Xiao's arm and pulled him back. I told you, you can't run. Tamaria roared and violently headbutted Han Xiao's head. Dong! Han Xiao was dizzy. Tamaria's strength was at least 2,000 points, and it was inevitable that she would be able to crush him with strength. The thick shockwave passed through the shockwave module of the helmet, and it made his ears ring. Tamaria was about to continue attacking, but Han Xiao suddenly left the mountain ape mechanical suit, and his physical body was exposed to the outside world. Not only did he not panic, but he even looked a little speechless. You are asking for it. The next moment, Han Xiao did something that shocked Tamaria. Not only did he not dodge, but he also wrapped his arms around Tamaria's thick waist and hugged her. Before Tamaria could react, she suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. She suddenly understood something, and her whole body turned cold. The Mech Legion all turned their cannons and aimed at Han Xiao in the center, and Tamaria, who was being hugged tightly by him. Let go of me. Tamaria was shocked and quickly tried to use her strength to push Han Xiao away. However, the mountain ape mechanical suit controlled by Philip spat out dozens of compressed orbs, which turned into all sorts of traps and placed them around the two of them. There were electromagnetic absorption, gravity enhancement, space stabilization, and so on. They used all kinds of control traps to create a short 2 to 3 seconds of control time. The two of them were rooted to the ground, almost unable to move. They became targets together. Han Xiao leaned close to Tamaria's ear and laughed. You've been fooled, right? I'm the bait. Do you want to blow yourself up too? Tamaria only realized that Han Xiao had an indestructible body after she finished speaking. Anger and despair appeared on her face as she gritted her teeth. Do you really think you won't die? No, I'm still going to die. Han Xiao blinked and said something that Tamaria did not understand. But I'm immune to true damage. The next moment, countless psionic cannons fired from all directions. Boom! The expanding explosion covered the two of them. The other 4 Calamity-grade supers were shocked, and they ran away without caring about anything else. The ball of light expanded to the extreme and exploded. The shockwave blew away all the debris in the surroundings, sweeping away the dust and clearing up the surroundings. It was like using an eraser to erase a piece of black. The exploding ball of light turned into specks of light that fell like rain. At the center of the explosion, Han Xiao was in high spirits. He summoned his mechanical suit and put it on again. Only then did he let go of the charred corpse in his hand and let it fall. With steel body, being immune to true damage, he was able to recover his energy continuously. Through the conversion between energy and energy, he was able to replenish the amount of health that was lost from the explosion. Not only was he not injured, he even felt a little refreshed. Oh, So it was because the advanced strengthened life talent had stacked a few times. No wonder his body was so relaxed. Han Xiao raised his brows. Using himself as bait to control the enemy and then letting the Mech Legion focus fire on him. This was his trump card after obtaining the conversion between energy and energy. As long as the enemy did not know what was going on, they would fall into his trap. As long as he could control them, he would unleash a wave of focused fire. He specialized in beating up iron dolls. After obtaining legendary battle technique, the lethality of this battle style was completely different. It was already an ultimate move that could kill the enemy. It could be said to be a blind fighting style. Tamaria did not make a sound and was directly killed by the focused fire. No matter what kind of person she was, in Han Xiao's eyes, she was just a grade A+ pugilist with 70% of her health left. He would kill her in one move. Whoever broke through would die. Han Xiao turned around and looked at the other 4 Calamity grade supers not far away, grinning. Let's get closer to each other. The 4 Calamity grade supers trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. They only had one thought left. Chapter 673. Rumble. The armed satellite fortress was plowed by the Mech Legion over and over again. The 4 Calamity grades no longer surrounded Han Xiao but ran for their lives. Han Xiao was distracted by the virtual intrusion. Destroying the armed satellite fortress was his mission. After killing Tamaria, the other 4 did not dare attack him again, and no one interrupted him. The various abilities of his virtual technology had been upgraded multiple times. Han Xiao did not spend too much effort and successfully obtained control of the armed satellite fortress. The technical ability of a grade A+ virtual mechanic was enough to defeat most artificial intelligences. Han Xiao searched through the control module of the armed satellite fortress and sighed. There's no self-destruct module. Bad review. After thinking about it, Han Xiao controlled the armed satellite fortress to open a path to the surface. He then sent a portion of his mechanical soldiers into the interior of the armed satellite fortress to plant secondary psionic bombs. In terms of efficiency, detonating the energy furnace inside the armed satellite fortress was much more convenient than destroying the armed satellite fortress from the outside. At the same time, on the main battlefield, a few agile small spaceships shuttled through the chaotic battlefield. The Calamity grades sent by Maud and the others were on the spaceships. They were trying to break through the enemy's blockade and reinforce Han Xiao. However, the high-energy particle cannons crisscrossed the battlefield. These support teams were forced back time and time again by the dense cannon fire. It was difficult for them to break through the firepower net of the enemy spaceships. As waves of bloodshed land fleets arrived at the battlefield through the fast reinforcement channel, the pressure on the main force increased exponentially. They could no longer provide complete cover for these support teams. The situation isn't good. We've dragged it out for too long. The troops of a few enemy strongholds have already shaken off the troops that were restraining them and are rushing to reinforce the base station. The number of enemies we're facing has increased by a few times. In the flagship, Maud's expression changed when he heard the report from the observer. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his cheeks puffed up. His voice sounded like it was coming from the gaps between his teeth. If this continues, we'll only obtain a Pyrrhic victory at most. Black Star is the key to breaking the stalemate quickly, but he's alone now. Will the helpers we sent be unable to break through the blockade? No, the enemy seems to have seen through our intentions. They have completely sealed off the route leading to the satellite fortress where Black Star is, the observer said. Maud's eyes flashed with valiance, and his expression became resolute. He waved his hand and said, "Pass down my order. All troops, tighten the formation and advance from this direction. We will open a path for the support team and pierce through the enemy's defense line." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone in the command room changed as shock appeared on their faces. The current situation on the battlefield could be described as a 5-layered chocolate ball. The situation was clear at a glance. The outermost layer was occupied by Maud and the other 3 Section 0 fleets, while the second layer was occupied by the defense fleet of the base station. Behind the defense fleet was the super-large protective shield of the base station. With this layer as the boundary, it separated the outer battlefield from the base station core. Further inside was the 9 satellite fortresses surrounding the base station. In the center of the chocolate ball was the target that Section 0 wanted to destroy, T-04 hyperdrive base station. Maud's order was to have the entire fleet penetrate deep into the enemy's defense line alone to open a path for Blackstar's team. This move was tantamount to giving up on the path of retreat and entering the enemy's territory. Once the main force pierced through the enemy's defense line but failed to break through the base station's protective shield, it would be equivalent to them falling into a dead end. This is a gamble tactic. It's too risky. I don't agree with such a radical method. It's better to fight steadily. As soon as he said that, many of the captains protested. They belonged to another organization and were not Maud's direct subordinates. The weakness of an alliance was once again revealed. When faced with a crisis that required them to take risks, the hearts of the people were not united. Compared to the situation on the battlefield, more people were more inclined to care about their own losses. Rebuttals sounded in the communication channel, and Maud's expression became uglier. Only the new Phylan Revolutionary Army's fleet was his direct subordinate. However, this number was not enough, and he needed the help of other organizations. Bang! Maud could not take it anymore and slammed the table, interrupting the protests of the captains. I know that all of you want to gain the favor of Amethyst civilization and become a long-term partner of a star cluster civilization. However, if you don't put your lives on the line, do you think the Amethyst civilization is easy to fool? I've had enough of being defeated by bloodshed land time and time again. Now, the opportunity is right in front of us. His Excellency Blackstar is fighting a bloody battle. As long as we help him, we will be able to break this stalemate and obtain victory. You're all large organizations in your respective star systems, and you're all famous. Why have you become a bunch of cowards? If you don't even dare to take a little risk, forgive me for being blunt, but what's the point of participating in this war? The communication channel instantly fell silent, and no one spoke. Seeing this, Maud did not waste any more time and said with a deep voice, "Execute the order." The entire fleet no longer pushed forward slowly. Like a hammer, they slammed heavily into the formation of the base station's defense fleet. The shields of the battleships withstood the attacks from all directions, and they charged toward the armed satellite fortress where Han Xiao had landed. At first, the enemy fleet was in a mess, but they quickly adjusted their formation and blocked Maud's fleet. Not long after, Maud's fleet no longer had the momentum they had at the start. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp, unable to move forward. At this time, they had already reached the depths of the blockade line and were only a short distance away from the armed satellite fortress protective shield. However, this distance seemed to take 10 times longer for Maud's fleet to cross. Hold on, the armed satellite fortress is right in front of us. The flagship was under fire, and the command room shook slightly. Maud ordered loudly, "Support team, it's your turn. Seize the opportunity to land." At this time, the atmosphere on the support team's ship was tense. The Calamity grade captain leading the team had a solemn expression as he loudly ordered the others. "Everyone, prepare for battle. His Excellency Blackstar needs our help. Let's go." The next moment, these Calamity grades jumped out of their spaceships and agilely took a detour. Using the majority of the fleet as a barrier, they finally broke through the blockade and headed straight for the armed satellite fortress under Maud's nervous gaze. Maud looked at the Calamity-grade supers with hope as they approached the armed satellite fortress. Whether they could win or not depended on this. However, just as he was feeling nervous, something happened. Just as the reinforcement team approached the defensive shield outside the armed satellite fortress, they saw the armed satellite fortress inside suddenly emit a strong light and suddenly explode. The entire armed satellite fortress expanded from the inside out and shattered. This space fortress that looked like an asteroid turned into a dazzling explosion of light in the blink of an eye. The shockwave swept out, and countless armor, parts, and machinery were blown away, turning into floating space trash. The sound was like a planet exploding. With the destruction of the armed satellite fortress, the base station's protective shield lost one of its ends. The protective shield in this area instantly evaporated, revealing a huge hole that was large enough for the fleet to enter. Behind the hole was the hyperdrive base station that had lost its protection. The path to the enemy's core was opened. A figure flew out from the wreckage of the armed satellite fortress. It was Han Xiao. The sudden change attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. Be it friend or foe, they all looked over with shock on their faces. Black Star had blown up the armed satellite fortress alone. The Mech Legion had been retrieved, and Han Xiao left the wreckage of the armed satellite fortress with dozens of army boxes. There were quite a few burn marks on his mechanical suit. He immediately saw the members of the support team who were hovering in the air. He waved his hand to greet them and sent a voice message. "You guys are late." The members of the support team were mentally prepared to fight a bloody battle, but at this moment, they felt as though they had punched cotton. They looked at Han Xiao in a daze. Where are our enemies? Don't tell me they were all killed by you." Everyone was shocked. Just how many calamity grades had Black Star killed? Well done. Maud was stunned for a moment before he shouted excitedly with an expression of ecstasy. He had thought that Black Star was being held back by the enemy and had no reinforcements. However, it seemed that the situation was completely different from what he had guessed. Who would have thought that Black Star would be able to blow up the satellite under the pressure of so many calamity-grade supers? What a reliable batch. The protective shield had been broken in such a timely manner. It was a godsend opportunity. Without time to think about anything else, Maud seized the opportunity and gave the order. The entire fleet broke through the blockade and entered through the hole in the protective shield, firing madly at the base station. At the same time, the base station was being bombarded, and the interior was in chaos. Ear-piercing alarms echoed in every corner. "Warning! Warning! High-energy attack detected." Outside the window, bright cannons were like the countdown of death, quickly approaching. In the main control room, the base station commander looked out of the porthole, his lips trembling, and his face twitching with fear. Like all the workers beside him, he revealed a look of despair. He did not understand why Black Star was so much stronger than what the intelligence said. He had sent 5 calamity-grade supers to reinforce Tamaria and the others as a precaution against the experts coming to reinforce Black Star. However, he did not expect that while these 5 calamity-grade supers were still on the way, Black Star had already killed Tamaria. That was the strongest person guarding the base station. She was killed just like that. When the 5 reinforcements arrived, the 4 calamity-grade supers following Tamaria were either dead or injured. They were completely crushed. Black Star was in a valiant state. He then turned around and defeated the 5 calamity-grade supers that had arrived. Black Star alone had defeated more than half of the high-level combatants guarding the base station. What was the use of the intelligence report? This completely messed up all their plans. The base station commander was completely stunned, and his mind went blank. Facing such a suppressive high-level combatant, he felt helpless and could only watch as Black Star turned the satellite fortress into fireworks. Time seemed to have been stretched out, and the cannons were getting closer and closer. The dazzling light reflected on the base station commander's face and filled his vision. It was as though he had fallen into a white world. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. I just lost to Black Star. Chapter 674. Huff. Huff. Sylvia was wearing a lightweight mechanical battlesuit, and her shield was constantly activated. The head protection equipment of the battlesuit was a half-circle of metal mechanical rings around the back of her head and fixed to her ears. Her face was protected by a translucent arc-shaped shield, and she held a silver alloy sword in her hand. At this moment, she was panting heavily like a bellows. She felt as if her lungs were about to burn, and the wet sweat stuck to the battlesuit, making it slippery and sticky. Roar! A 1,000-beast soldier suddenly charged out from the side, and its huge metal mechanical claws attacked. The claws vibrated at a high frequency, appearing blurry. Sylvia forced herself to focus, gritted her teeth, and raised her sore arm. The slender and tough silver alloy sword in her hand slashed horizontally. The claw and sword collided, creating intense sparks. Clang! The light but tough mechanical battlesuit increased its output, and Sylvia's speed suddenly increased. She quickly changed her moves, spinning her sword and stabbing at the thousand-beast soldier from a strange angle. Mechanical force lightning flashed on the alloy sword, and a yellow light flowed on the blade, instantly stabbing into the body of this thousand-beast soldier. Bang! A thick yellow beam of light pierced through the body of the thousand-beast soldier and shot out from its back, leaving a bloody hole. This thousand-beast soldier was sent flying and fell on the metal floor, dead. Around him were countless corpses of thousand-beast soldiers, as well as broken cannons. This was the surface battlefield of one of the satellite fortresses in the Bloodshed Lands logistics transit station. A landing force was advancing with difficulty toward the core energy furnace of the satellite fortress. Thousand-beast soldiers swarmed in from all directions, and the two sides fought fiercely. Everywhere they passed, corpses were left behind. Sylvia had countless comrades around her, either firing with heavy cannons or blocking with electromagnetic shields. She was also a member of the landing force, maintaining the safety of the flanks. She had been fighting for a long time with her sword, but she could not remember if she had killed 100 or 200,000 beast soldiers. Her battle suit was damaged, and she had suffered minor injuries. She was sweating profusely and exhausted. In the middle of the battlefield, the explosions and roars were deafening. Sylvia could not hear anything else, only knowing that she kept moving forward, and forward with the main force. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Outside the armed satellite fortress, there was a spectacular picture of interstellar war. Countless brilliant shooting stars flew across the dark sky and weaved into a net of light. It was the brilliance of countless ion cannons, which illuminated the eternal darkness and burned in the silence. Sylvia's vision was suddenly shrouded by a strong light. An ion cannon landed on the ground not far away, hitting the black mass of thousand-beast soldiers and blasting a large number of them away. Boom! The fleet could occasionally break the satellite's shield for a short period of time, providing support and clearing the obstacles for the landing force to reach the energy furnace. It almost hit us. Sylvia was still in shock. Before she could catch her breath, a few more light cannons shot over. She had no choice but to immediately enlarge the shield on her arm to block them. Bang, bang, bang! Balls of light exploded on the shield, and her arm suffered from the recoil. She felt a sharp pain in her arm and shoulder bones, and she could barely lift them up. Sylvia gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. There was only one thought in her mind. I really want to go back to school. At least my life is not in danger. 3 years ago, Sylvia had reached grade B and excitedly reported the good news to Han Xiao. Han Xiao was very pleased and threw her into the advanced team to undergo combat training. At first, Sylvia was quite happy, but now, she was filled with regret. Furthermore, the direct superior of this team was Lagi. Before every battle, Lagi would follow the procedures in the work manual and boost the morale of his subordinates. Every time, she felt that she would definitely die. At this time, a black figure suddenly flew over from the sky and landed heavily on the ground not far away. Under the impact of the huge force, the metal ground seemed to have turned into paper. It was twisted and wrinkled, and a crater was formed. This figure seemed to have fallen quite heavily, and he only got up after a long time. He flew into the air and looked at the landing team that Sylvia was in. Upon seeing the appearance of this person, Sylvia's heart sank. This person was an enemy Calamity-grade super who was guarding the logistics transit station. He was supposed to be fighting in outer space, but he had actually landed on the surface of the satellite. It seemed like he had been shot down by someone. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and the expressions of the people in the landing team changed. They all turned toward this Calamity-grade opponent and prepared to deal with the attack. There was no Calamity-grade leader among them. Just when everyone was extremely nervous, another meteor fell from the sky and landed heavily on this Calamity-grade super, sending him flying dozens of kilometers away. A sonic boom was created and the surrounding thousand-beast soldiers were blown away. Sylvia and the others were also blown away by the strong wind. "It's Your Excellency Marion. Too timely. I almost thought I was going to die." Sylvia heard the exclamations behind her. She steadied her sword and looked over. The meteor that had sent the Calamity-grade super flying was floating in the air. It was the grade a mechanical pugilist who had joined the Black Star Army 3 years ago, Marion. Marion's entire body was wrapped in a pitch-black, super-heavy mecha. He looked like a heavily armored knight. He turned his head to look at the disembarking troops and nodded his head, indicating that the disembarking troops should continue moving forward and that they didn't need to worry about anything else. He then accelerated and disappeared from the spot, chasing after the enemy Calamity grade and focusing on his own opponent. I wonder how the battle up there is going. Sylvia retracted her gaze and looked up at the sky once more. Her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the darkness. She knew that her teacher was currently overseeing the fleet and controlling the entire situation. At the same time, the Section 0 fleet was crazily attacking the logistics transit station, destroying the enemy battleships one after another. Han Xiao was in the command room of the flagship, observing the real-time battlefield projection, mobilizing the troops, and conducting the overall situation. Around him stood a circle of staff officers. Compared to 3 years ago, Han Xiao's aura was much steadier. He had a simple, short haircut, and his facial features were chiseled. There was a green stubble on his chin, and a compressed orb necklace hung around his neck. He was wearing a large black cloak, but it could not hide his muscular body. From head to toe, he exuded the sexiness of a mature man. His current identity was the #1 commander of this fleet. This was a standard mixed fleet, with 45% of the fleet belonging to Han Xiao's direct subordinates. The rest were the fleets of a few Section 0 members, and they all listened to Han Xiao's commands. After 3 years of development, the Black Star Army had already become one of the top members of Section 0. 1 year ago, Purple Crystal had finally come to an agreement with Han Xiao. The Black Star Army had become a long-term cooperative organization, and Han Xiao had become the publicly recognized leader of Section 0. Thus, Han Xiao himself had the qualifications to be the commander. Under Purple Crystal's arrangements, Han Xiao was able to lead this fleet, and he was responsible for the logistics of the Bloodshed Land expedition. He had already been fighting outside for half a year. Being the commander meant that he could not easily take action. Han Xiao no longer took the lead and left everything to his subordinates. Coincidentally, the army had recruited a few new Grade A supers 3 years ago, and they were all very useful. They were all reliable talents, and Han Xiao no longer lacked high-level combatants. As long as he did not meet an expert that he could not deal with, he usually did not have to take action. He had to train the officers and give them a chance to earn merits. After all, if he took action, his subordinates would not be able to play anymore. At this time, a few of the staff officers were observing the battlefield projection and discussing loudly. The enemy is still resisting. They're covering the logistics team and transporting the resources of the transit station through the Stargate. They want to reduce their losses. If we don't stop them, the enemy will be able to recover most of their resources in 27 minutes and retreat through the Stargate. Not to mention 27 minutes, they won't even be able to last 10 minutes. The enemy's defense line has completely collapsed. Next, as long as we blow up the Stargate, the enemies who have not retreated in time are dead. Listening to the discussion, Han Xiao stroked his stubble and did not speak. The core facility of the logistics transit station was the teleportation Stargate built by a star cluster civilization. The other end was connected to the Sol Star cluster. The enemy had set up a satellite fortress shield and fleet to protect the teleportation Stargate. After being attacked, they would retreat through the Stargate while defending. Once the enemy retreated, Han Xiao would not be able to chase after them. The other side of the Stargate was the enemy's territory. If the Stargate was closed, they would be surrounded. Therefore, the condition for winning the battle was to destroy the teleportation Stargate before the enemy completely retreated. The teleportation Stargate was a two-way channel. The enemy's reinforcements could come through the Stargate, and the enemy needed time to gather reinforcements. The attacking side had the upper hand, so as long as they destroyed the Stargate first, this battle would be over. The Black Star Army had obtained a large amount of resources in the past few years, so Han Xiao was willing to spend a lot of money to expand his fleet. Therefore, the size of this expeditionary fleet was extremely large, and its strength crushed the guards of the transit station. The battlefield projection showed that the enemy's line of defense had collapsed, and the teleportation stargate was exposed. Seeing this, an aide laughed and said, "The enemy has no chance. We've won." As soon as he said that, the blue vortex in the center of the stargate fluctuated and spat out battleships one after another. The reinforcements of the Bloodshed Land had arrived and joined the battle immediately, blocking the attack of the fleet. Han Xiao glanced at the aide speechlessly. This person had an awkward expression, coughed, and avoided Han Xiao's gaze. He pretended to stare at the battlefield projection with a focused expression that said, "I'm analyzing the battle, don't disturb me. This is the reason why I don't want to talk when the wind is favorable." Han Xiao sighed. The appearance of the enemy reinforcements triggered a chain reaction. On the other side, streams of light flew over from the desolate universe belt. A huge fleet stopped at the edge of the battlefield, pincer attacking Han Xiao's fleet with the reinforcements of the Bloodshed Land. Ambush. Everyone's expression changed. "Yo, looks like this logistics transit station is a trap." Han Xiao raised his brows with a calm expression. He was not surprised at all. With the battle going so smoothly, he had noticed the problem long ago. With so many logistics transit stations destroyed by him, how could the Bloodshed Land not do anything? The battleship model of this ambush fleet was completely different from the Bloodshed Lands. This was a fleet belonging to another organization. In the past 3 years, organizations that wanted to strangle him in the cradle had secretly allied with the Bloodshed Land and participated in the secret war. Han Xiao had already encountered more than 10 ambushes and traps aimed at him, so he was already used to it. He felt like something was missing every day he was not assassinated. Beep beep. This time, the flagship received a video message from the ambush fleet. A man with metallic skin appeared on the screen. His entire body seemed to be made of metal, and his expression was murderous. "Black Star, come out and fight. TSK, this guy is here again." Han Xiao sighed. This person was also a beyond grade A seed. His name was Hadavi, and he was a battle maniac. A year ago, he had entered a battle and specifically looked for Han Xiao to spar with. After being defeated, he escaped. However, Hadavi did not give up on the challenge. After escaping, he took the initiative to ally with the Bloodshed Land and used the opportunity of the war to enter again and again, treating Han Xiao as a target to train himself. He fought again and again, and when he saw that the situation was not good, he ran very quickly. In Han Xiao's eyes, he was just a **T stirrer. In the past 3 years, Han Xiao's list of contacts had grown even longer, and correspondingly, he had more enemies. "You guys take command. I have work to do." Han Xiao's expression was calm. He casually twisted his neck and walked toward the hatch, leaving the people in the command room with a back as steady as a dog. Chapter 675. After this victory, Section 0 did not launch any new counterattacks for the time being. After Han Xiao received the contact details of Maud and the others, he left the main group. The Amethyst Civilization's reward for his contribution this time arrived very quickly. They were extremely generous with a total of 27 million anas and various rare resources, fully displaying the importance they placed on him. After this battle, Ralph had already treated Han Xiao as a treasure and could not bear to use him carelessly. Ralph told Han Xiao to be on standby for the time being. He would only consider using Black Star as his trump card for important tactical missions. Good steel should be used on the Blade's Edge, and there was no need to use his trump card for normal guerrilla warfare missions. Han Xiao could not wait to take advantage of this opportunity to replenish the Mech Legion and digest the resources of the Amethyst Civilization. Furthermore, Lagi was on his way. At the same time, the impact of this battle also started to spread. Section 0 had obtained a huge victory in the Kaya star system and destroyed 12 stronghold planets. This news made all the civilizations and organizations in the Shattered Star Ring pay attention to the secret war. Since the start of the war, this was the first successful counterattack by Section 0, and they had finally stopped their decline. The various organizations were very clear about the strategy adopted by the Amethyst civilization, strategically giving up a portion of their territory and using their strategic depth to disperse the Bloodshed Land's forces. From the looks of it, the secret war would enter a tug-of-war sooner or later. The civilizations and organizations in the Shattered Star Ring all had a common understanding that Clent and Purple Crystal would have to fight each other for a few more years before the war would end. The talents that appeared in the secret war became the focus of the various organizations. War had always been the stage of the strong, and it was a shortcut to achieving success. There would always be people who would rise to fame through war. In the eyes of everyone, Black Star Han Xiao was the most dazzling star born on this stage, and everyone else paled in comparison to him. Counting Black Star's performance since the start of the war, the turning point was when he fought 8 Vanguard officials head-on. Black Star earned the nickname Indestructible Body from that, and it spread throughout the entire starfield. 2 months later, he once again made a shocking achievement, killing 10 Calamity-grade supers, including the Bloodshed Land's adjudicator Tamaria. This once again shook the various organizations. The limelight was unparalleled. The previous Beyond Grade A seeds had not made a move for a very long time, and most of them had gone silent. After so many years, no one had become a new Beyond Grade A super. The time when these Beyond Grade A seeds first appeared on the list was the time when they were in the limelight. This was like a cycle, and now, it was Black Star's turn. Black Star had just become a Beyond Grade A seed, and these 2 achievements were his most shocking achievements, causing countless people to discuss them. The 2 unbelievable achievements created a chemical reaction, and Han Xiao became the most popular person in the starfield level. His fame in the Shattered Star Ring skyrocketed, and his status rose steadily. Before this, Black Star was not considered a big shot in the Shattered Star Ring. His status mostly came from the protection of the Dragon Emperor. Now, he was gradually getting rid of the name of Floating Dragon Island, and his status was starting to become more prominent. It could be said that he had become famous overnight. After this achievement, Han Xiao not only displayed his potential but also his actual combat strength. There was almost no one in the same grade who could match him. In the eyes of many organizations, Black Star was almost half a Beyond Grade A super, and it seemed like he really had the hope of becoming a Beyond Grade A super. The rise of every Beyond Grade A was a huge event. If the Shattered Star Ring really gave birth to a 5th Beyond Grade A super, the conflict between Purple Crystal and Clent would no longer be important. When Han Xiao was fighting the 8 Vanguards, the various organizations were still observing. However, after the news of him killing Calamity-grade supers spread, many people could no longer sit still. Some wanted him dead, and some wanted him alive. More people wanted to come into contact with him. Many people who were watching the show decided to take action personally. Han Xiao did not know that the storm he created had already caused the influence of the secret war to gradually exceed its original scope. A whirlpool hidden under the secret war was slowly brewing. At this time, Clent and Purple Crystal knew nothing about this. They would never have thought that this war would eventually break out of their control. Bloodshed Land Headquarters, Planet Heber, Tyrant's Palace. The mountain-like Heber sat on the floating throne and looked down at Jode, who was trembling under his feet. Tamaria is dead. Jode's body trembled. He did not dare raise his head and looked at the ground. She died in the hands of Black Star. I'm responsible for it too. There was a problem with my intelligence. It was not a big deal if those Calamity-grade supers died, but Tamaria was different. She was one of the core members who had followed Bloodshed Land since the very beginning and had even been personally taught by the tyrant. The death of a senior adjudicator was definitely a huge loss. I understand. Heber's tone was calm. Jode stood there for a while, but Han Xiao did not continue. He was slightly stunned and carefully asked, "What do you plan to do?" "Dying in a war is the end of a warrior," Heber said slowly. "Since it's a war, of course, if you can kill, others can kill you too." Jode was stunned. Did this mean that the tyrant was not planning to take revenge? I thought you thought I would be furious and immediately take revenge for Tamaria?" Heber frowned. "Then, what do I need you for?" Heber was domineering, but that did not mean that he was rash. He could keep his composure and would not change his plans just because one or two of his subordinates died. The other party did not have any beyond grade as, so he would not take action easily. This was something he had discussed with Clent long ago. If it were any other time, Heber would protect his subordinates. However, in a war, his heart was as hard as steel. War was a training of blood and fire. Heber would not protect his subordinates. He needed his subordinates to grow in the flames of war. Even if all of them died, he would not feel any heartache. His organization was a tool in his hands, not his weakness. Jode was speechless. However, this matter will not be settled just like that. Heber changed the topic. What do you mean? Jode asked honestly. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Black Star and I will definitely fight. Heber calmly said, he has the potential to become a beyond grade A, but he's still a calamity grade. It's too boring for me to kill him now, so I'll give him time to grow. During the war, if he remains a calamity grade, I won't do anything to him. However, as long as he becomes a beyond grade A, I'll personally take action and kill him. After pausing for a while, Heber continued. If he never becomes a beyond grade A, after the war ends, I'll still kill him. But Black Star is very strong. He'll make our high-level combatants suffer heavy casualties. Jode could not help but suggest. He hoped that Heber would change his mind and kill Black Star before he could grow. I know the casualties will be heavy. Heber looked down at Jode and slowly said, therefore, Black Star is the enemy I've left for you. Try your best to survive in his hands. Either become stronger, or die. Those who don't even have this bit of conviction can apply to come back to the headquarters. You won't need to go to the battlefield in the future. Without casualties, there would be no growth. Heber knew that Han Xiao was strong, so he wanted to use him as a whetstone to train his subordinates. It was not for no reason that his subordinates were all war maniacs. Now, all the major organizations were paying attention to Black Star. With his strength as a beyond grade A, personally taking action just to deal with a calamity grade was too petty. Even if his opponent was a beyond grade A seed, he would still die. Heber did not care about killing Black Star. In his eyes, this was not only the action of a petty person but also a short-sighted one. Killing Black Star in advance would at most clear the obstacles in this war and reduce the casualties. In Heber's eyes, this was far from the benefits of killing a beyond grade A. He was more willing to give Han Xiao time to grow. The reason why the bloodshed land was so huge was because of him, a beyond grade A super. As long as he was there, any casualties could be made up. As long as he was strong, the bloodshed land would be able to develop rapidly. He needed an opponent worthy of fighting. If Black Star really became a beyond grade A, the entire starfield would be shaken. If he took action at this time, no one would be able to find fault with him. I won't bully you when you're weak. I'll wait until you reach the same level before killing you. How tyrannical. The impact of this would be even more shocking. The death of Black Star would once again bring glory to his name as the tyrant. I understand. I will convey your intentions to everyone, Jode replied loudly. He was impressed by Heber's magnanimity. In Jode's eyes, letting Black Star grow was not a wise choice. However, how domineering. He had absolute confidence in Heber. Even if Black Star became a beyond grade A super, he would not be a match for the tyrant. His Excellency Tyrant's perspective is not on the same level as mine. He sees a bigger opportunity, but my vision is only limited to this war. I'm too narrow-minded, Jode thought to himself. Black Star has become stronger again. In the floating dragon palace, Aesop looked at the news and sighed slightly. He then looked at Ames, who was sitting on the floating throne. I still underestimated him. Back then, I wanted Black Star to become your right-hand man, but I did not expect him to grow so quickly. Sooner or later, he will ask to leave Floating Dragon Island. Ames was silent. She hoped that Han Xiao would become stronger, but she did not want Han Xiao to leave her side. Aesop sighed. He has always done his best for Floating Dragon Island, but I have interacted with many beyond grade As. Other than the official experts of the 3 universal civilizations, no one is willing to be under someone else. I know you value him, But the shattered star ring is huge. He won't be your subordinate forever. He won't be able to leave, Ames said coldly. Aesop frowned. Don't be stubborn. No matter what, Blackstar is your friend. With this relationship, the two of you will definitely be allies. There's no need to have conflicts with him, I said. He won't be able to leave. Ames raised her voice and interrupted Aesop. She lowered her eyes. Chapter 676. Planet Golden Gate, Blackstar Base Number 1, Logistics Department, hum. In the endless military factory, all sorts of production lines were running endlessly. Mechanical parts were being assembled into all sorts of equipment by countless mechanical arms, and mechanics were walking around the assembly lines, making adjustments at any time. At the top of the factory was the main control room, and one could overlook the entire factory. On the alloy table beside the window of the main control room, there were stacks of blueprints that were being flipped by a large hand. Reynolds sat beside the table with his back straight as he flipped through the blueprints with a serious expression. At this moment, the door of the main control room was pushed open, and Sylvia ran in with a face full of joy. Hey, I have good news. Reynolds reluctantly moved his gaze away from the blueprints and looked at Sylvia. Senior sister, please speak. Sylvia was already used to Reynolds' serious personality and had learned to selectively ignore him. She raised her hand, and a ball of flickering mechanical force was trapped in her palm. Hehe, I've already reached grade B, isn't that amazing? Sylvia was excited and proud. Amazing. Reynolds was expressionless and even clapped his hands a few times. Seeing this, Sylvia felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She had an embarrassed look on her face, as though she was showing off in front of an expert. She felt that what she was proud of might not be worth mentioning in the eyes of the calamity-grade Reynolds. However, she could not help but share her joy. Han Xiao had brought a bunch of old officers out to fight, and the only one left who was closest to her was Reynolds, who was in the logistics department. She would often ask Reynolds for advice. Although Reynolds was her junior brother in name, he was actually Han Xiao's teaching assistant. Sylvia could not suppress the excitement of crossing the threshold of grade B. She was embarrassed for a while and became happy again. With a longing expression, she could not help but say, "Teacher will definitely be very happy after hearing this news. He has always had high hopes for me." She did not say the last sentence. Most importantly, Han Xiao had promised her that as long as she became a grade B super, she would be able to focus on actual combat and would not have to do homework every day. I'm free. Sylvia, am happy. After being happy for a while, Sylvia realized that Leonard was not talking. She looked up and found that although Leonard was facing her, his eyes were secretly glancing at the drawings on the table. He seemed to be fascinated by them. Is it so boring to talk to me? Sylvia was annoyed. She snapped her fingers and pretended to be angry. Stop looking, I'm talking to you, she said. Don't look. I'm talking to you. Leonard turned back and pretended that nothing had happened. Well, you're right. Wow, you're being too perfunctory. Sylvia gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and calmed herself down. She took out her communicator and said, "By the way, teacher has done something big again recently. Look, the entire starfield is talking about him on various platforms. They all say that he has the highest chance of becoming the next beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring. TSK, I didn't expect teacher to be so powerful. If he really becomes someone on the level of the Dragon Emperor, as his apprentices, maybe." After pausing for a while, Sylvia suddenly realized that Leonard did not respond again. She looked up again and saw that Leonard's eyes had drifted to the drawings on the table again. Why are you still peeking? Sylvia was furious. Her chest heaved up and down violently, and she snapped her fingers even harder. Could it be that a beauty like me is not as attractive as a boring drawing? No, I'm listening to you. Leonard coughed and took the communicator from Sylvia's hand. He glanced at the news on it, and his face became serious again. He muttered to himself, "Black Star. Beyond grade A seed." Seeing that Leonard was deep in thought, Sylvia's anger dissipated, and a smug expression appeared on her exquisite and beautiful oval face. She looked lively and lively. As Han Xiao's secretary, she knew that Leonard's contract was about to end. For the sake of the Black Star Corps, she felt that she had to let Leonard stay. According to her understanding of Leonard, this person's desire to learn had even exceeded his physical desire. Sylvia felt that the best way was to constantly remind him that her teacher was getting stronger and stronger, and let him know how outstanding her teacher was. Only then would Leonard have a chance to continue learning from Black Star and working for the army. Although Sylvia did not really want to share her teacher with Leonard, for the sake of the army, she decided to bear the pain. Beyond grade A. Beyond grade A, Leonard muttered to himself. He usually had a serious face, but at this moment, he had a worried expression. Maybe Black Star can solve this problem completely. What? Sylvia did not understand. Nothing. Reynold came back to his senses and became serious again. At the same time, in the training camp of Black Star Base No. 1, Brock put down the communicator that was broadcasting the news with a gloomy expression. He picked up the wine glass, wanting to take a sip of the smoke wine to calm himself down, but he realized that his hand was trembling slightly. He was a remnant of the Dark Star. After the disappearance of the Dark Star leader, he remembered his mission and believed that the leader would definitely return. Thus, he joined the Black Star Corps and hid there, hoping to become an important chess piece for the leader one day. He was currently serving as the training instructor of the base. In the past few years, Brock had been working diligently, not daring to do anything out of line. He carefully disguised his identity, afraid that he would be suspected. His trust in the leader of the Dark Star was his motivation to persevere. However, when he saw the news of Han Xiao becoming a beyond grade A seed, Brock realized that his belief was shaken. He could not help but wonder. Was the leader really Black Star's match? Could he really complete his revenge? Most likely, he would be courting death. Then, if he stayed in the Black Star Corps as a spy, he might push the leader into the fire pit. Brock was in a terrible mood. Black Star's overwhelming strength made him feel despair, and he almost could not summon the will to resist. He secretly made up his mind that if the leader returned one day and contacted him, he would definitely advise the leader not to deal with Black Star. This was even more difficult than dealing with God Aura, in a certain starfield, on a certain civilization planet that was filled with destruction. Endless flames and black fog burned on the surface of the planet. The earth was shattered, the cities were destroyed, and the people were in a terrible situation. The fleet that completed the invasion put away their cannons and slowly rose into the air, leaving the atmosphere, leaving behind a nearly destroyed surface civilization planet. This invasion fleet had a total of 3,000 battleships, which was not small. However, not far from the planet, there was an enormous fleet thousands of times the size of this fleet. The densely packed battleship arrays were almost endless, as though they could fill up this entire space. The 3,000 battleships were just a small part of this enormous fleet. A fleet of this size could even fight a star cluster civilization head-on. The 3,000 battleships brought along the spoils of war and gathered with the main fleet, like a drop of water merging into the ocean. The leading disc-shaped battleship of the small fleet separated from the main fleet and gradually entered the formation of the main fleet, arriving at the center of the enormous fleet. At the center of the fleet was a planet-grade superlarge flagship. In comparison, the disc-shaped battleship was like a rock, while this superlarge flagship was like a small mountain. There was a conspicuous logo painted on the exterior armor of the flagship, a gray-hooded man. The disc-shaped battleship entered the port of the flagship, drove through a long tunnel, and stopped at the hangar, completing the docking. Kai. The hatch of the disc-shaped battleship opened, and the Dark Star leader walked out. His eyes were cold as he turned around and waved his hand, getting his subordinates behind him to bring the dozens of weak captives and follow him forward. After walking for a while, they arrived in front of a huge alloy door. The Cyclops guard beside the door saw the dozens of captives behind the Dark Star leader and grinned. "You're quite fast. Go in, he's waiting for you." As he spoke, the alloy door slowly opened, and the Dark Star leader calmed himself down and brought his people in. Their eyes suddenly opened up, and the noise and heat wave hit them in the face. The room was a huge palace, and a banquet was currently being held. There were countless tables filled with delicious food and wine from various races, and it was crowded with people. Countless creatures of various races were eating meat and drinking wine, letting out wanton roars and laughter. There were also dancers of different races wandering in the crowd, and from time to time, they would be violently pulled into the arms of someone and rubbed. The Darkstar leader even saw someone hugging a dancer in the corner, banging her against the wall, letting out low roars and laughter, blending into the chaotic noise. The atmosphere was chaotic everywhere, and even though the Darkstar leader had lived here for a few years, he couldn't help but frown, not used to such a stimulating scene. A drunk orc stumbled over, and the Darkstar leader pushed him away by pressing on his shoulder and strode to the center of the palace. There was a scarlet throne there, carved into the shape of a strange creature, like an unknown ancient god worshipped by some branches of the arcane church. A thin humanoid creature wearing a tattered hood was sitting on the throne. Except for his cheeks, his whole body was wrapped up tightly, and he didn't make any sound. At this time, his head was lowered, and the hood covered his face. The Darkstar leader came in front of the throne, ignoring the chaos and noise around him, and pointed at the dozens of captives behind him who were frightened by the scene here, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, I've brought a mutant." As his voice fell, the creature on the throne trembled, as if waking up from a deep sleep. He slowly raised his head, revealing the face under the hood. Under the hood was a whirlpool-like black fog, and in the center of the whirlpool was a red flashing light spot. This faceless creature used some unknown method to make a sound, and his voice was hoarse. "Well done." As he spoke, he suddenly twisted his neck, and the black fog under the hood suddenly disappeared, turning into the face of a mixed-race human. There was nothing special about his appearance, and he was ugly. The hooded man stood up, walked down from the throne, and walked towards the dozens of captives. The Darkstar leader sensibly stepped aside. He stood in front of the first captive, stared at the terrified eyes of the captive, grinned, and reached out to strangle the captive's neck. The next moment, the captive's body shriveled, and he turned into a dry body, but he didn't die. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, and he didn't even have the strength to speak, as if he was squeezed dry. Not bad. The hooded man licked his lips, as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Then, he did the same thing, turning all the captives into dry bodies, and then sat back on the throne, looking at the Darkstar leader with a satisfied look on his face. "You're good, I like it. It's my honor to be of service to you." The Darkstar leader respectfully lowered his head. "According to our agreement, every time I bring an esper that satisfies you, you will." The hooded man waved his hand and interrupted the Darkstar leader. "Got it, I will give you a new fleet. Oh, I have some news here that you might be interested in." As he spoke, the hooded man's hand shook, and a communicator was spat out from his palm, landing in the hands of the Darkstar leader. The Darkstar leader opened it, and his expression changed. It was playing the recent rumors about Han Xiao. "He seems to be the reason why you escaped from the shattered star ring." The hooded man smiled faintly. "He seems to be able to become a beyond grade A super." The Darkstar leader's expression was ugly. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Thank you for the information." "You're welcome." The hooded man smiled, and his tone was quite casual. He then waved his hand and said, "You can leave now. It's rare to have such a good environment, so don't disturb my sleep." "Yes." The Darkstar leader nodded, turned around, and left with his subordinates. He did not care about the dozens of captives that had been squeezed dry. After all, the chef would come and take care of them later. Walking out of the palace, the alloy door slowly closed. The Darkstar leader looked back, and through the gap of the door that was about to close, he saw the hooded man lowering his head and entering a sweet dream in the chaotic and crazy environment. What a lunatic. The Darkstar leader clenched his fists, and a deep sense of fear and dread flashed through his eyes. The backer behind the scenes had arranged for him to leave the shattered star ring and join the command of this hooded man. This person was the owner of this huge fleet, and at the same time, he was also a terrifying beyond grade A super who wanted to combine the abilities on the super high-risk Esper ability restriction treaty. According to the agreement, the Darkstar leader offered ashes to the hooded man. He still remembered the look of disbelief on Ash's face when he realized that he had been betrayed. However, any resistance was futile. The hooded man was very satisfied with this offering, so he signed an agreement with the Darkstar leader. He could provide a fleet, but the Darkstar leader had to give him a satisfactory esper in exchange. Thus, the Darkstar leader changed his appearance and temporarily stayed behind. He went on expeditions everywhere, destroying surface civilizations one after another, searching for interesting esper abilities. After a few years, he had obtained a large number of battleships and manpower. Originally, the Darkstar leader wanted to continue accumulating his forces, but Han Xiao's soaring combat strength made him feel pressured. Looking at this trend, it seemed like Black Star really had a chance to become a beyond Grade A super. At that time, it would be useless for him to return. If the Garten star system was guarded by a beyond Grade A super, no one would be able to do anything, and the Dark Star would not have a chance to rise again. I have to return as soon as possible, or it will be too late. The Dark Star leader secretly made up his mind. Since Black Star was at war, he could take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. Furthermore, the Dark Star leader did not dare stay there any longer. In just a few years, he had already been deeply affected by the chaos here. He did not dare imagine if he would become as crazy as the other party if he continued to stay. This gigantic fleet was a beyond Grade A organization that migrated everywhere without a fixed residence. The Hooded Man was the leader of this organization. Among all the beyond Grade A supers in the entire universe, he was the most infamous madman and thug. This place took in the wanted criminals of every starfield who had nowhere else to go. It was the holy land of all criminals. This place was the Fallen Ark. Arosha had also followed Han Xiao out. She was currently in the fleet, following Han Xiao to fish. In a room without lights, Arosha hugged her knees and sat in the corner, staring at the darkness in front of her in a daze. This time, specks of light appeared out of thin air, forming a human figure that illuminated the room. It was Rizda. "It's you." Arosha was expressionless. Rizda's body trembled, and he spoke. "That's great. If Black Star becomes a beyond Grade A super, he will be able to fight against the Mecha Empire. There will be hope for our people to be saved." Oh. Arosha did not feel much about it. However, Black Star might not be willing to fight against the Mecha Empire. "You and I have to convince him. He's our greatest hope," Rizda said. Arosha was silent for a moment before suddenly asking. "He might die in battle, right? Everything is possible. Nothing is absolute." Rizda shook his head and avoided the topic. "Remember my words." After saying that, Rizda's figure disappeared, and the room returned to darkness. Arosha buried her chin between her knees and fell into a daze. Chapter 677. The battle to destroy the hyperdrive base station had been going on for more than half a month, and Bloodshed Land seemed to have become wary. The two sides did not have any large-scale conflicts for the time being and had been fighting on a small scale. Purple Crystal did not have any new missions for Han Xiao, so he led the fleet around and waited for orders. During this time, Han Xiao had been studying the spoils of war, which was an armed satellite fortress. At that time, there had been a total of 9 armed satellite fortresses. After destroying the base station, the other armed satellite fortresses had all been captured by the fleet. Han Xiao had also obtained a copy from Maud and brought it back to study. The blueprint of such a large mechanical satellite was very valuable, and the model was called Unyielding Shield Military Satellite Fortress. Han Xiao had been slowly deriving the blueprint for the past half a month. Although he lacked the necessary cutting-edge knowledge and could not obtain the complete blueprint, he had obtained some useful technology, such as the stellar-level shield generator used in the hyperdrive base station. This shield structure could also be used in psionic shields. Although he could not recreate the complete armed satellite fortress, Han Technician had managed to create a scaled-down version of the fortress blueprint. Although it was small in size, its functions were the same as the original, just not as strong. Armed satellite fortresses were basically strategic equipment and could not be considered as combat weapons between supers. Han Xiao planned to turn part of the Black Star base on the administrative planets into armed satellite fortresses, which would at least have a certain degree of mobility. Han Xiao had also obtained the special armor of Bloodshed Land's elite troop class, the 1000 Beast Soldier, and turned it into his own blueprint, making some initial improvements. In the machinery modification room, Han Xiao stood in front of a row of display cabinets and looked at the different mechanical suits in them. 1000 Beast Soldier Armor, Sunil NCO Class, Commander Class Armor, my Snake Mechanical Suit, and some standard mechanical suit blueprints. If I combine them all together, I should be able to get some high-quality intermediate mechanical suit blueprints. Han Xiao stroked his chin and thought to himself. He planned to create a special armor series that belonged to the Black Star Corps and become the new standard equipment of the army. This was not a whim, but a plan he had in mind. Because of these two shocking achievements, his fame in the entire starfield had skyrocketed, which was beyond his expectations. Originally, Han Xiao thought that without the players around, the Black Star Corps could only seek steady development. However, war was indeed the greatest opportunity. The recent wave of Beyond Grade A seeds made him realize that he had encountered a good opportunity, and some of his development goals could now be put on the agenda. He had always wanted to change the organization type of the army from a mercenary group to an armed organization like the Bloodshed Land. A set of armor belonging to his faction was equivalent to a uniform, culture. It would help increase the cohesion of the faction and had a better effect than a simple army logo. However, most of the people who became mercenaries were used to being free and undisciplined. They were all talents in circulation. If they were forced to change their business, they would lose some of the talents who were unwilling to pledge their loyalty. After all, mercenaries never had to worry about their next employer. They would not easily pledge their loyalty to a mercenary group. However, his recent achievements had given him the image of very likely to become a beyond grader. The upper limit of an armed organization depended on the strength of the leader. The cohesion of a normal calamity grade organization and an organization of beyond grade A seeds could not be compared at all. For example, if the Bloodshed Land had developed to its current scale without the tyrant, it would have been filled with conflicts. Internally, the calamity grades were in charge, and there would be internal conflicts and factional struggles. Externally, without a beyond grade A leader, no matter how huge the organization was, there would be no one who could control it. There would be no cohesion, and it would be like a plate of loose sand. Therefore, the leader who could suppress everything would determine the upper limit of an armed organization. Han Xiao had been like the sun in the sky recently, and his fame had already exceeded the scope of a normal calamity grade. Through his connections, he had learned that many intelligence organizations even called him half a beyond grade A. There were countless organizations that were optimistic about him becoming a true beyond grade A. The galactic organizations were not blind. He had his achievements as evidence, so no one would look down on him for no reason. The position of the leader of the faction would rise. This way, the attractiveness of the Black Star Corps would change completely. Even the mercenaries knew that following someone who had the potential to become a beyond grade A would have a brighter future, and the number of talents lost would be greatly reduced. Not only that, with his current position, he would even be able to attract more talents. Due to my own fame, the influence of the Black Star Corps is also increasing day by day. This is the perfect opportunity to expand on a large scale. Han Xiaoshan was in a good mood. He had originally wanted to develop his organization with the support of the Amethyst civilization, but he did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise. With his own fame, he seemed to be able to complete the organization's development blueprint during the update period. Strength was indeed the most important thing. This expansion is an opportunity to increase the level of the Black Star Corps. There are many goals that need to be completed. The first is to transform the organization, the second is to expand the manpower, the third is to increase the number of armed forces, and the fourth is to become a long-term partner of Purple Crystal. As long as I complete the first three, I should be able to complete the fourth goal. Of course, the most important thing is still my own strength. After dealing with these trivial matters, I have to find some time to obtain the Silver Legacy blueprints, complete the class advancement mission, and complete the level 200 promotion as soon as possible. The stronger I am, the faster the army will develop. Han Xiao pondered and quickly made a list of goals in his heart. Before the battle, he did not expect that he would be able to achieve such a crushing performance and cause such a stir. Now, it seemed that the development plan he had set back then was too conservative. This wave of discussions about him was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he did not take advantage of this storm, he would not be able to live up to his codename. Dong dong dong. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the modification room. Who is it? Han Xiao came back to his senses, wiped his saliva, and opened the door. Han Xiao raised his head to look, only to see the 3-meter-tall Harmon standing outside the door. Lagi is back. He wants to see you, Harmon said in a muffled voice. Yo, I thought he would give me the excuse that the spaceship's hyperdrive engine was broken and drag it out until the end of the war. Han Xiao clicked his tongue in wonder. Harmon scratched his furry head and let out a long "oh," as if the muscles in his brain could not process the meaning of this sentence. Right, why are you the one who came to report? Where's Hurlus? Han Xiao suddenly thought of this. Usually, as long as Sylvia was not around, Hurlus would be his male secretary. He was more efficient and was a reliable adult male. He wants me to lie to you and say that his training. Harmon's tone was straightforward, and the word reckless could be used to describe his aura. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. Then what is he actually doing? His playing cards. Han Xiao facepalmed. Playing cards every day, was this the legendary Husha spirit? Okay, I got it. I'll go see Lagi now. Han Xiao closed the door and walked for a while before he thought of something. He turned around and asked Harmon, right, how many years until the tribal chief selection battle? Harmon was one of the heirs of the Luhan Beastman civilization's Rockfall tribe. His side mission was to join his war league and help him become the chief. If he remembered correctly, this should be a side mission in version 3.0. However, in case there were any changes to the storyline, Han Xiao still wanted to ask. Hearing this, Harmon counted with his fingers for a while and said hesitantly, I think there's still 11 years minus 3 days. The average lifespan of the Luhan Beastmen was around 250 years, which was quite long. The tribal chief selection was a grand event, and the candidates would usually be given more than 10 years to form their war league. This was because a single selection would often decide the next chief for the next 200 years. Han Xiao had a helpless look on his face. Fortunately, you have companions. Otherwise, I suspect that you would miss the selection battle and lose your qualifications to become the next chief. Harmon glared at him and blew on his lips in dissatisfaction. His thick lips trembled so much that they left after images. PFFF, without appreciating Harmon's ventriloquism, Han Xiao went straight to the bridge and saw Lagi, who had been waiting for a long time. He immediately revealed a smile, walked up, and patted Lagi's shoulder. You're back. Yes, I didn't die on the way, Lagi muttered. I feel like I've used up all the luck I have left in my life. Han Xiao's smile froze. You're too inauspicious. No matter when or where, seeing Lagi's thick aura of defeat, Han Xiao felt that it was an eyesore. Cough, do you still remember what I said before you left? Han Xiao said helplessly. I remember. Lagi nodded. You said that you would cancel my workload and give me a raise. No, I didn't. Don't spout nonsense. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. I said that when you come back, you will be my vice captain. Oh, then I remembered wrongly. Lagi's expression did not change. Really? Han Xiao had a suspicious look on his face. Why do I feel like you did it on purpose? Hearing this, Lagi's expression became dejected. He muttered to himself, you actually don't trust me. Sigh, I should have thought about it. A person like me has no credibility. That's enough. Han Xiao had a headache, and his cheeks hurt. He said helplessly, since you don't have any objections, then I will announce to the entire army that you are the first vice captain. Oh right, I also plan to announce your past. You were once the forbidden sorcerer commander of the hidden Red Robe Abbey. This will raise your status, and no one will be dissatisfied with you. Do you have a problem with that? Lagi nodded, indicating that he did not have any objections. He emphasized, don't forget, you promised that my vice captain position is just a title, and my workload will not increase. Didn't you King remember it very clearly? Han Xiao wished that he could take out his gun and shoot Lagi. Screw you, The appointment of the vice captain was quickly sent to the communicators of the hundreds of thousands of official members of the Black Star Corps. Opening the resume page of the Black Star Army, under the leader column, there was finally a name for the vice captain position that had always been empty: Lagi Schwal. Lagi had just joined not long ago, so there were still a large number of low to mid-level mercenaries in the entire army who did not know him. They could not help but open Lagi's resume with curiosity, doubt, and surprise, and were shocked. Not only was this new vice captain a grade A+ super, but he was also once the forbidden sorcerer commander of the hidden Red Robe Abbey and the fourth disciple of Magus Austin. Lagi's past was indeed very shocking, and not many outsiders knew about the dispute between Lagi and Austin. In the eyes of everyone, this was a core member of a beyond grade A organization jumping ship to the Black Star Corps. Han Xiao was at the peak of his fame, and his every move attracted the attention of countless people. Not only were the army members shocked, but the various organizations that were paying attention to him were also shocked. A core member of the Magus Guild had become the vice captain of the Black Star Corps. Was this a collaboration between the strong? Including the army members, countless people had a subtle change in their perception of the Black Star Corps. Black Star's recent achievements and the momentum of the Black Star Corps expansion seemed to show an unstoppable rise. Everyone could see that Black Star was trying to use his skyrocketing influence to support the Black Star Corps, wanting to enter the ranks of the big shots in a starfield. A question that followed suddenly attracted the interest of the various organizations. If Black Star wanted to rise, what would Floating Dragon do? After all, the Black Star Corps was Floating Dragon's field team in name. Now that Black Star had shown the potential of a beyond grade A, if he really fulfilled his potential, with the ambition that Black Star had shown, would he continue to be below Ames? Although it was still unknown whether Black Star could become a beyond grade A, his ambition was not so easily retracted. A skyrocketing status would definitely change Black Star's mind, causing his ambition to grow. Thinking of the various possibilities in the future, countless people were excited. If the announcement of the vice captain had attracted a lot of attention, then what Han Xiao announced next caused an earthquake. The Black Star Corps had publicly issued a large-scale recruitment order to the entire Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao was prepared to make use of the Beyond Grade A seed to recruit a large number of talents. He believed that there were plenty of people who were willing to bet that he could become a Beyond Grade A super. Joining at this time was more important than joining a ready-made Beyond Grade A organization. It was equivalent to a partner in the early stages of a startup, with the possibility of becoming a core member of a Beyond Grade A organization in the future. Even if they lost the bet, they would only lose some time, and the loss would be within an acceptable range. This was a huge gamble that reaped huge profits. Following the call of the Black Star Corps, there were more than 10 star cluster regions in the Shattered Star Ring. Countless strong individuals, countless organizations. Chapter 678. The moment the Black Star Corps recruitment order was released, more than half of the starfield went into an uproar. In just 10 days, Philip had received countless resumes from all over the Shattered Star Ring. Using this wave of public opinion, the number of applicants this time far exceeded any previous recruitment. The target was not limited to mercenaries. As long as they were not wanted, they would be treated equally. Philip eliminated the weaker applicants and selected the first batch of talents. There were a total of 1.4 million of them, which was even more than the total number of people in the Black Star Corps. This directly increased the number of people in the army by a few times. The 1 million people were only the first batch of rookies and was not the final result. Han Xiao did not plan to control the scale this time. With his strength and fame, he already had the qualifications to form a super large organization. He planned to make use of this opportunity to gain some benefits. Now was not the time to consider whether a large-scale expansion would cause indigestion. This recruitment was not only for the talents but also for the rise of the Black Star Corps. The more sensational the response, the higher the position of the Black Star Corps in the entire starfield. This would allow the recruitment result to be combined with one's fame, leaving a deep impression in the hearts of countless organizations and becoming a famous organization in the Shattered Star Ring. The Black Star Corps was still a far cry from large star cluster level organizations in terms of strength and foundation. However, this did not hinder him from increasing the fame of his faction first. This would be very beneficial for his future development. From Han Xiao's perspective, this was not considered a waste of public opinion. The first batch of talents recruited mostly had some fame in their respective regions and were not ordinary people. At least 60% of them were elite galactic warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles, and the weakest was at grade C. Although there were not many supers, there were still a lot of them in the entire starfield. Recently, the secret war had turned into a tug-of-war. Both sides did not have any big movements, so they had some free time to deal with the affairs of the organizations. Purple Crystal had always valued Han Xiao's potential and was happy to see the Black Star Corps take this opportunity to develop. Furthermore, this would also strengthen Section 0, and Purple Crystal was happy to see this happen. More than 1 million rookies came to the Garten star system from the various star clusters and went through the procedures at the Black Star Corps base. Han Xiao also returned to his own territory to deal with the various problems after the army's sudden increase in size. Black Star Corps Headquarters, Reception Room. Sylvia walked in with 3 new recruits of different races and appearances. Han Xiao stood up from the sofa to welcome them. Your Excellency Black Star. These 3 people's attitudes were respectful. They quickly walked over and reached out to shake hands with Han Xiao. Have a seat. Han Xiao raised his hand, and they all sat down and started chatting. Han Xiao did not have the time to meet all of the millions of army rookies. The reason he met with these 3 in private was because they were all Calamity Grade Supers. A Grade A Super would not easily submit to someone of the same level. Before he made a name for himself as a Beyond Grade A seed, Han Xiao had tried many times to recruit Calamity Grade Supers. Other than La Salted Fish Gay, everyone else had rejected him. However, his current status was different from before. As a Beyond Grade A seed, it was enough for a portion of the Calamity Grade Supers to put down their reservations and take the initiative to submit to him. If they won the bet, they would become the core members of a Beyond Grade A Super. If breaking through to the Beyond Grade A level was compared to the ascension of an emperor, they would be the subjects of the emperor. They would have a bright future ahead of them. Unfortunately, Ames was too salted fish. Even if she was a genuine Beyond Grade A Super, her attraction to the strong might not be as attractive as Han Xiao. Not many were willing to follow a leader without ambition. Furthermore, Ames almost never took the initiative to recruit officers. These 3 Calamity Grade Supers were the best of the best, leak spirits with legs. They had come all the way here to be harvested. Their status matched their strength. Calamity Grade Supers were destined to be upper echelons, and they came for this. It was impossible for them to climb up from the bottom like a Grade C Super. Thus, Han Xiao personally met the 3 of them to show that he valued them and took the opportunity to observe them. Before meeting them, Han Xiao had already taken a look at the resumes of the 3 of them. Camp, Grade A Pugilist, male. He was a tall man with extremely pale skin. He seemed to have the bloodline of the blood race. He was once an external senior instructor of an official super academy of a star system civilization. He later resigned and moved around many star systems, taking on many private jobs. Marion, Grade A Mechanical Pugilist, male. His entire body was wrapped in heavy black and grey armor. He always wore a helmet and rarely showed his face. He looked like a heavy knight from some fantasy civilization. His reason for joining was quite similar to Reynolds. He was interested in Han Xiao's mechanic skills. Mr. Sek, Grade A Esper, male. His resume was normal. Other than the advantage of being a Calamity Grade, there was nothing special about him. He had once mixed in with many large armed organizations, but he had not been there for long. He was a typical opportunist. Those who took the initiative to join would not be too strong, but they would at least be Calamity Grade Supers. There were originally only 3 Calamity Grade Supers in the army. With the addition of these 3 newcomers, the number of Calamity Grade Supers doubled to 6. The high-level combatants of the army were slightly more abundant. Those who took this opportunity to join could basically be considered professionals. They were used to job hopping and came for benefits. Naturally, They were not loyal. Han Xiao was very clear about this. He did not expect them to work for him as long as they could complete the normal tasks within the range of a calamity-grade supers. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Then, on behalf of the Black Star Corps, I welcome the three of you to join us." "It's our honor." Mrs. Sek was the first to answer, followed by Camp. Marion, on the other hand, was more taciturn and only nodded in acknowledgement. "I need time to consider your positions. I will not treat you badly. Haha, we don't ask for much." Mrs. Sek had a flattering smile on his face. After the pleasantries, Han Xiao sent the three of them out and had Sylvia bring them to handle the procedures. Following which, Han Xiao did not rest and immediately went to another guest room. At this time, there were dozens of people waiting in the room. The moment they saw Han Xiao, they all stood up and greeted him warmly. "Everyone, please take a seat." Han Xiao waved his hand and looked at everyone present. In this guest room, everyone was an emissary from the star system civilizations of the Colton Star Cluster, taking the initiative to seek cooperation. The influence of the Black Star Corps was originally limited to the periphery of the Garten star system. Now, the other star systems of the Colton star system had also taken a fancy to Han Xiao's potential and the development of the Black Star Corps. "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm an emissary from the Black Raven civilization. We hope that the Black Star Corps can build a base in our civilization's territory. For this, the Black Raven civilization is willing to pay a cooperation fee every year and open up internal resource trading channels. Furthermore, we will give the Black Star Corps the right to mine resource planets in a certain area. I'm an emissary from the Holy Stone civilization. Our conditions are the same as the Black Raven civilizations, and the cooperation fee can be increased. Everyone introduced themselves one by one and gave their own price, only hoping that the Black Star Corps would expand their business to their territory. This was equivalent to them taking the initiative to help Han Xiao expand his forces. These star system civilizations could clearly see that the Black Star had already formed a connection with the boss of this star cluster, and he himself had hopes of becoming a beyond grade A super. This meant that the Black Star Corps would very likely become a beyond grade A organization in the Colton star cluster in the future. Thus, it was naturally worth it to rope him in now. Now that the Black Star Corps base was in the Garten star system, Serbia V had laughed countless times in his dreams. This meant that Godora would very likely have a beyond grade A in the future. The other star system civilizations wanted the Black Star Corps to expand their business to their territory because of this consideration. Who would not want a beyond grade A organization in their territory? Some star system civilizations that originally did not have such thoughts could not sit still when they saw their competitors doing this. Thus, in this room, almost 80% of the emissaries of the star system civilizations in the entire Colton star cluster were gathered. Han Xiao listened and nodded silently. His face was expressionless, but he was secretly tempted. The conditions that these star system civilizations gave were extremely generous. Putting aside the cooperation fee and resource channels, the most valuable thing was the right to mine resource planets on a large scale. Resource planets were very different from uninhabited desolate planets. The former was rich in resources, while the latter was barren. The resource planets were all recorded, and only the civilization in charge of the area had the right to mine them on a large scale. If a private organization did not obtain the right to mine a resource planet without permission, they would be held accountable by the civilization in the area and might even be hunted down by the government. Every civilization placed great importance on resource planets. Although the star cluster civilizations had the technology of a planetary mining ship that could decompose an entire planet, they rarely used it. Even the rich would pay attention to sustainable development. However, uninhabited desolate planets were allowed to be mined privately. This was because the profits could not be compared to resource planets at all. The value-to-price ratio was too low, and the civilization in charge did not want to waste manpower and resources. Thus, they sold the right to mine barren desolate planets to the outside world and let some private mining companies buy it. The profits that the civilization did not care about were rich in the eyes of some private mining teams. Sometimes, the private mining teams would be very lucky. During the mining process, they would discover that a barren, desolate planet was actually a hidden resource planet. Then, the civilization would evaluate the value of the resource planet and buy it back. In this regard, most star cluster civilizations were very reliable and would not let the private mining teams give the resource planet to the country for free. Han Xiao was quite clear about these basic concepts. In his previous life, in the later versions, even the organizations formed by players could buy the right to mine the resources from the civilizations. With a clear comparison, Han Xiao was very clear about the value of the right to mine resource planets on a large scale. It was equivalent to the star system civilizations taking out a small piece of the cake and giving it to him. This was a huge profit that could easily be in the billions. This was a piece of fertile land. TSK, I worked so hard to get that little bit of money. I can easily mine a resource planet and earn tens of thousands of times more. Why would I still be a mercenary? Han Xiao could not help but complain. Indeed, building a civilization was the most profitable business. After calming himself down, Han Xiao said with a serious expression, "Everyone is too sincere. To be honest, the conditions that you have offered are very tempting, and I am very willing to work with you. However, the Black Star Corps is currently recruiting people. After the recruitment is completed, we will be able to find time to go to your territory to build a base." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly replied, "No problem, we can afford to wait. Of course, we believe in your reputation. Let's sign the contract first." Han Xiao smiled. Since no one has any objections, this matter is settled. Everyone handed over the contract, and Han Xiao signed it all the way. If it was in the past, there would not be so many good opportunities, but now, the opportunity had presented itself to him. Han Xiao could not help but think of what Aesop had once said to him. As long as he became a beyond grade A, many organizations would take the initiative to share the cake, and he would be able to reach the highest level in a single step. Now, he had only shown a little sign of becoming a beyond grade A, and this trend had already appeared. Aesop really did not lie to him. Seeing that the matter was settled, the emissaries present all heaved a sigh of relief. They could now report back. After sending away this group of satisfied emissaries, Han Xiao did not stop and once again came to a new guest room. He still had matters to deal with. The impact of this expansion was too great. He had to meet all kinds of leaks every day, and he was so busy that his feet did not even touch the ground. The connections that he had created had to be completed even if he had to hold back his tears. However, all that he had received were rich benefits, and the busier Han Xiao was, the more satisfied he was. Pushing open the door of the new guest room, a few people inside turned around and greeted him with a smile. This room was filled with old acquaintances who were closer to him. They were all important figures in the Shattered Star Ring mercenary industry. The army commander of the Netherworld Legion, Underworld Feather, the leader of the Sky Ring Army, Garager, and the army commanders of a few other large armies. "Brothers, long time no see." Han Xiao greeted them and curiously said, "You guys were so secretive in the communication channel. Why do you have to talk to me face to face?" The few army commanders looked at each other and chuckled. The Sky Ring Army commander, Garager, stroked his needle-like beard, blinked, and said, "We're here to invite you." "Invite me to do what?" As you know, the situation in the Shattered Star Ring has been very turbulent recently, and opportunities are everywhere. It's very difficult for a single army to monopolize the war mercenaries. I've discussed with some army commanders, and we've decided to integrate all the mercenary organizations in the Shattered Star Ring to form an alliance. This will make it easier for us to participate in the star system missions. In such chaotic times, we need to work together and seize the opportunity. Without waiting for Han Xiao to reply, Underworld Feather stroked her thin eyebrows and lazily added, "Black Star, since you've been so active recently, why don't you lead the mercenary alliance in the Shattered Star Ring? You definitely won't find it troublesome anyway." Garager coughed and hurriedly said, "Ahem, what she means is that your appeal is far greater than any of our mercenary armies. The reason we're here to look for you is to recommend you to be the founder of the alliance." Han Xiao raised his brows and was a little surprised. This was a branch storyline in version 3. 0 in his previous life, Shattered Star Ring Alliance. The various large mercenary armies had joined hands and integrated the scattered mercenary organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, forming a super-large mercenary alliance. They had developed together and became a very popular faction among the players. He did not expect that this group of army commanders would recommend him to be the leader. He had actually interfered in this storyline in such a way. Chapter 679. Garager and the others got the answer they wanted and were overjoyed. After finalizing the details, they left with satisfaction. The few of them walked out of the Black Star core base. Looking back at the majestic base, Garager suddenly felt a little emotional. Black Star has only been a mercenary for less than 10 years, yet he has already developed to what he is today. He's really an unbelievable guy. Everyone who has the potential to become a beyond grade A has their own legends. It's not something we can speculate about. Another person shook his head and sighed. That's right. He's no longer on the same level as us. Luckily, we knew him long ago. Garager had mixed feelings. In a certain corridor of the Black Star Corps headquarters, Hurlus and the 3 Volga brothers walked side by side and chatted casually. Have you heard? 3 Calamity grade supers have joined. His Excellency Black Star personally met them. They will definitely take up important positions in the army in the future, the eldest Volga brother suddenly said. I know. Hurlus nodded. He was both happy and frustrated. He was happy about the rapid development of the Black Star Corps, but he was frustrated that his position would be affected because of this. With 3 Calamity grade supers joining the upper echelons of the army, the competition would become even more intense. Hurlus felt a lot of pressure. Strength represented the right to speak. He had not been able to touch the threshold of grade A for a long time, so his importance to the army would become lower and lower. There were already many mid-level combatants. If not for the fact that he was the first to follow Black Star, he would not have the right to become an upper echelon of the army with his grade B strength. Hurlus felt that his growth was already quite fast, but he still could not keep up with Han Xiao's footsteps. He also could not keep up with the rapid development of the Black Star Corps. He did not want to fall behind just like that, so he became more and more anxious. In order to train his physique, he had even reduced the time he spent playing cards from 3 hours a day to 1.5 hours a day. It was impossible for him not to play cards, not in this lifetime. Calamity grade, it's really far away. Hurlus sighed. The development of the Black Star Corps made the old officers sigh with emotion. However, as the saying went, the wheel of history rolled forward, and everything was in a state of development. Naturally, Han Xiao would not stand still. It took Han Xiao 7 to 8 days to meet all the emissaries from various organizations who came to seek cooperation. He reorganized the structure of the Black Star Corps after its scale had skyrocketed. Only then did he have some free time. Han Xiao locked himself in his office and took out a piece of paper to summarize all the benefits of this expansion and the new development blueprint. The rapid development of the Black Star Corps had exceeded his expectations. His original plan of seeking stability was already outdated. A large number of organizations and star system civilizations had taken the initiative to provide him with all sorts of development opportunities. It would be a waste not to use them. As long as he could make good use of these opportunities, the Black Star Corps development speed would increase by tens to hundreds of times. This was an unprecedented harvest of leaks. Han Xiao wrote and drew on the paper, listing out the maximum benefits that the various opportunities could bring in theory, as well as the costs that needed to be invested. He made a simple list to make it easier to judge. At the same time, he also used the equipment quality system to analyze the faction and divided it into 2 attributes. One was the current scale, and the other was the development potential. The current scale was determined by the resources, scale, armed forces, number of members, influence, and so on. The development potential was determined by the connections, allies, business scope, long-term profits, development opportunities, and so on. Han Xiao first took out a reference object to evaluate the Black Star Corps. He evaluated the Bloodshed Land as orange, current scale, and orange, development potential. With that as the basis, he began to analyze the Black Star Core. Not counting the players, before this large-scale expansion, the Black Star Core business was limited to a few star systems, and its scale was between dark green and light blue. Now, it should be light purple. After Philip recruits the second and third batches of people, it should be able to stabilize at purple grade. Han Xiao pondered as he spun the pen in his hand. In terms of development potential, my reputation as a beyond grade A seed belongs to orange grade. The secret war is the channel to build a bridge with the Amethyst civilization, which is also orange grade. The contracts with the various star system civilizations are orange grade. Leading the establishment of the Mercenary Alliance is pink grade. Together with my connections, potential, and other factors, on average, the total development potential of the faction is orange grade. Han Xiao looked at the list on the paper and nodded. This would allow him to understand the development of the Black Star Core more directly. As long as he could fulfill the orange development potential, he would be able to quickly pass the purple grade and enter the pink grade. Once his scale reached pink, he would be a famous Starfield level organization. Although it was still a distance away from the Bloodshed Land, it would be a true superlarge organization. Han Xiao began to plan the development of the various opportunities. The star system civilizations invited me to build a subbase. This is a way to expand my territory. The manpower I recruited can be put to good use immediately. I can send them to new star systems and expand the scope of my business. I can also send some of them to develop resource planets. This will solve the problem of the organization's transformation. Other than employment and war, there will also be more resource-gathering businesses. The sources of profit will be more diverse. If I don't have enough manpower, I can also pull in the Blue Star people to make up the numbers and let some of them become galactic residents first. Furthermore, mining seems to be the strength of those bugs. With my reputation in the Black Spirit race, I should be able to find a large amount of high-quality labor. Han Xiao made a tick behind Star System Civilization. Leading the establishment of the Shattered Star Ring Mercenary Alliance is also very simple. My large-scale expansion will increase my influence, and it will be a hot topic in the Shattered Star Ring. With the support of the other large armies, as long as I raise my arm, it won't be a problem to gather the members of the alliance. The next step is just a matter of time. Han Xiao came up with plans one by one and very quickly created the prototype of the new development blueprint. He put down the pen, picked up the paper, and shook it. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Han Xiao memorized the contents of the paper. Then, with a pinch of his finger, the paper turned into dust. When version 3.0 is released, the changes in the Black Star Core will probably shock the players. With this development momentum, the Black Star Core became very active. They recruited many times, and the number of members gradually approached 10 million. Most of them were sent out by Han Xiao to build subbases in the various star systems of the Colton star cluster. The area of activity of the army expanded from the Garten star system to more than half of the star cluster. Han Xiao did not neglect the secret war. After dealing with the matters of the expansion, he returned to the battlefield and continued to fight with Bloodshed Land. As the leader, he fought for the Amethyst civilization on the front lines, and the large number of new members behind him were managing the business and increasing their forces. The sudden increase in manpower was enough to support such a two-front operation and contribute to the development of the Black Star Core. As the momentum of the expansion passed, the storm of public opinion caused by the Beyond Grade A seed gradually cooled down. Han Xiao had become the biggest beneficiary. The Black Star Core left a deep impression in the entire starfield through this wave of operations, and their reputation had already squeezed into the category of famous starfield organizations. Under such circumstances, the Black Star Core was still the field team of Floating Dragon in name. Floating Dragon maintained its silence, but under the influence of some people, more and more people began to see the Black Star Core and Floating Dragon as two independent organizations. The public opinion also began to show signs of separating the two sides. The storm stirred up by Han Xiao had a far-reaching impact. More organizations participated in the secret war openly and in the dark, causing the scope of this war to become larger and larger. The Secret War was originally one of the main storyline missions of version 3.0, Crimson Tide, but its limelight was gradually overshadowed. More organizations gradually turned their attention to Han Xiao and the Black Star Corps. The war continued, and the Black Star Corps continued to develop. The visible and invisible influences continued to ferment, and the situation gradually changed. The Blue Star Corps changed seasons 3 times. Chapter 680. In the center of floating Dragon Island, Ames Palace. At this time, 2 people were standing outside the palace, one in front and one behind. One of them was Aesop, and behind him was a tall purple-haired human beauty. Her skin was slightly blue, and her facial features were soft. She was wearing seductive eyeshadow, blinking her big watery eyes as she looked at the palace nervously. "Vilna, you don't have to be so nervous. It's just a meeting with Ames." Aesop glanced at the purple-haired beauty and said helplessly with an old voice. This is the first time I've seen a living beyond grade A super. What kind of person is Her Excellency Dragon Emperor? The rumors here all say that she's very controlling. Is that true?" Vilna bit her lips softly. Her hands were clasped together, and her fingers were intertwined. "Of course not. This is a rumor that only started a few years ago, specifically slandering Ames. The source is Black Star. Sigh, let's not talk about this for now." Aesop seemed to have thought of something, shook his head, and sighed. "Anyway, Ames is very easygoing. This is the first time you've seen her after joining Floating Dragon Island. Leave a good impression on her." I'll try my best." Vilna still did not have much confidence. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Walking into the palace, Aesop asked the guards and found out Ames' location. He brought Vilna all the way to an open space, and they could hear the sound of energy clashing from afar. As they got closer, Vilna realized that 2 people were fighting in this open space, and there was a third person watching from the side. She looked at the field, and her eyes were immediately locked onto by the 2 parties. In the field, Ames was personally teaching Hela. Her fingertips were moving the light green force field barrier, which was spinning in the air. Her black dress was like a blooming lotus, and a pair of long white legs could be vaguely seen. Hela's face was cold, and a thick dark red aura surrounded her body, bombarding Ames' force field time and time again. Ames maintained the strength of her force field at grade B. Even so, her control was still very precise, and Hela was in danger. "Stop, someone's coming." Ames suddenly stopped and floated to the ground. Hela glanced at Aesop and Vilna. Her cold brows furrowed slightly. Displeased that the sparring was interrupted, she retracted her superpower. The dark red energy all around her went back into her body. Then, she followed behind Ames with Aurora, who was watching from the sidelines, sizing up Vilna. "Your Excellency Dragon Emperor, I am." Vilna hurriedly introduced herself. Ames raised her hand to interrupt her and took the initiative to speak. "I know your name. Since you're Aesop's friend, just stay here and see what you can do. I don't have any requirements." "Oh, okay." Vilna was flattered. "You seem a little nervous." Ames raised her eyebrows slightly. You're the first beyond grade A I've ever seen. I'm your idol. P2E, what I mean is, you're my admirer." Vilna's face turned red. "Don't be nervous. Beyond grade A is nothing. I don't eat people." Ames smiled faintly and said gently. She raised her hand and touched Vilna's face. Her sleeves slid down her forearm, revealing her snow-white wrist. Feeling the touch of Ames' hand, Vilna's body stiffened. She did not know where to put her hand. Aurora tugged on Hela's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, is this woman Floating Dragon's new officer?" Hela was a woman of few words. Aesop coughed and interrupted. "Then, we won't disturb you. I'll bring her to familiarize herself with the job." Then, he pulled Vilna, who was still in a daze, away and disappeared from the three's sight. Ames' smile disappeared. Looking in the direction Vilna left, she remained silent with a complicated expression. I heard that this new officer was called over by Aesop from another star field. She seems to be very important. I wonder why she's here." Aurora was curious. Hela brushed aside her red hair and said calmly, "Aesop is grooming a new officer to take over Han Xiao's position in the future. Han Xiao won't leave, right? Sister Ames is so nice to him," Aurora could not help but say. "Humph, there have been so many rumors in the past few years. Who knows how many people have been secretly spreading rumors, wanting to separate Han Xiao and Floating Dragon." Hela pursed her lips. "Plus, don't I know him well? If he really becomes a beyond grade A super, he'll definitely make his forces take another step forward. Then, he won't be able to carry the label of Floating Dragon anymore and will definitely establish his own faction." Ames turned around, glanced at the two of them, and said calmly, "There's nothing to talk about. At least he's still my man now. Hela, continue the attack." 3 years had passed, and Ames was no longer hesitant. She was waiting for Han Xiao's choice. The three of them stopped chatting and continued the actual combat training. On the other side, Aesop pulled Vilna out of the palace. This time, Vilna finally came back to her senses and exclaimed, "The Dragon Emperor is so approachable. She's completely different from what the rumors say." Aesop heard this and shook his head helplessly. In the past 3 years, many people had been manipulating public opinion to slander the Dragon Emperor, wanting to make Ames into a strong and controlling person. Their goal was to sow discord between Black Star and the Dragon Emperor. Over the past 3 years, Black Star's reputation had become more and more stable, and the Black Star Corps had also digested their expansion. Their business had spread to most of the star systems in the Colton star cluster, becoming a large star cluster organization. At the same time, the Black Star Corps had become the official long-term partner of the Amethyst civilization. They had received a huge amount of resources and support, and their future was limitless. On the surface, the Black Star Corps was expanding for Floating Dragon, but Ames did not care about it at all. Her attitude was clearly to let them do as they pleased. As long as the conflict between the two sides was stirred up, Black Star would definitely leave with the Black Star Corps. If Black Star and the Dragon Emperor became enemies because of this, that would be the best outcome. The other star cluster civilizations and large organizations in the Shattered Star Ring were not willing to see two beyond grade as working together or forming an alliance. Only when the two of them became enemies would they be able to balance each other out, which was in line with the interests of these organizations. Thus, they spared no effort in spreading rumors. They believed that as long as they spread enough rumors, they would be able to influence the thoughts of both sides. Aesop had a lot of trust in Han Xiao's potential. Thus, he felt that Han Xiao leaving Floating Dragon was almost inevitable. He decided to plan ahead. Therefore, Aesop found Vilna. This was a friend he had made when he was roaming in another star field. Although her personality was a little soft, she was very reliable. He introduced Vilna to the Shattered Star Ring to join the Dragon Emperor. His goal was to train Vilna to become the successor of Black Star. "You don't need to work on Floating Dragon Island. You'll be in charge of building a new field team. Pack your things and leave immediately," Aesop said. Vilna nodded and asked curiously, "How exactly do I start?" "Find someone and express your background. He will provide help. You just have to listen to his arrangements." "Who's the person I'm looking for?" "Black Star." Vilna's eyes widened. After coming to the Shattered Star Ring, Black Star's name was like thunder to her ears. Furthermore, he was her senior and the current first officer of Floating Dragon. "However, I heard that the relationship between Black Star and us is only in name now. Are you sure he will still help me?" Vilna was worried that Aesop would send her into a wolf's den. "Stop talking about rumors. Those are all rumors. Black Star is still a core member of Floating Dragon. He will only provide help and will not harm you," Aesop emphasized. He had purposely sent Vilna to Black Star's side to let Han Xiao train his successor. This was a sign of goodwill and an attitude of parting on good terms. He had asked Vilna to build a new field team, which meant that he had no intention of harming the Black Star Corps. This way, he believed that Black Star would be willing to help Vilna and use the Black Star Corps to help Vilna develop, leaving a new field team for Floating Dragon. If Black Star did not plan to leave, then there would be no problem. He would just treat it as expanding the size of Floating Dragon's field team. I understand. Vilna nodded. She could not help but be curious about Han Xiao. What kind of person was this legendary senior? At the same time, in the desolate universe belt next to the Sol Cluster and Colton Star Cluster, an intense battle was going on. The Klent Kingdom had built many teleportation stargates in the desolate universe belt as logistics channels. This was a key facility that Purple Crystal had always wanted to remove. In the past 3 years, the situation of the secret war had been constantly changing. Finally, the war between the West Wind, Kaya, and Cheda star systems had entered a stalemate. Bloodshed Land had expanded to a certain extent and was finally stopped. Han Xiao's strength was enough to wipe out most calamity grades. Bloodshed Land had learned their lesson after losing a few high-level combatants and would occasionally take measures to avoid battles. When the core members of Bloodshed Land learned of the tyrant's thoughts, they treated Black Star as a dangerous challenge to train themselves and would not face him head-on. As a result, there were fewer and fewer battles that required Han Xiao to participate. Han Xiao was rarely needed in a tug-of-war. It would be a waste of talent to let him stay in Colton. Therefore, Purple Crystal had him lead a surprise attack team in the desolate universe belt to search for the logistics transit stations of Bloodshed Land and eliminate them. This operation had been going on for half a year. Han Xiao had gained a lot and reduced Bloodshed Land's advantage. They had basically destroyed all the transit stations. At this time, he was leading a fleet to attack the last logistics transit station. Chapter 681. Huff. Huff. Sylvia was wearing a lightweight mechanical suit and had her shield open the entire time. The head protection device of the suit was a half-circle of metal mechanical rings that wrapped around the back of her head and fixed on her ears. Her face was protected by the semi-transparent arc-shaped shield, and she was holding a silver alloy sword in her hand. She was panting heavily like a bellows. She felt like her lungs were about to burn, and her sweat stuck to the mechanical suit, making it sticky and slippery. Roar! A 1000-beast soldier suddenly charged out from the side. Its huge metal mechanical claw attacked, and the claw vibrated at a high frequency, making it look blurry. Sylvia clenched her teeth, raised her sore arm, and swung the thin and tough silver alloy sword in her hand. The claw and sword clashed, creating dazzling sparks. Clang! The light but tough mechanical suit buzzed and increased its output. Sylvia's speed suddenly increased, and she quickly changed her attack. She spun the sword and stabbed it toward the 1000-beast soldier from a strange angle. Mechanical force flashed on the alloy sword, and a bright yellow light flowed on the blade, instantly stabbing into the body of this 1000-beast soldier. Bang! A thick yellow beam of light pierced through the 1000-beast soldier's body and came out from its back, leaving behind a huge bloody hole. This 1000-beast soldier was blown away and fell to the metal ground, dying instantly. Around it were countless 1000-beast soldier corpses and destroyed cannons. This was the surface battlefield of one of the satellite fortresses in the Bloodshed Land's logistics transit station. A landing team was struggling to advance toward the core energy furnace of the satellite fortress. 1000-beast soldiers swarmed in from all directions, and the two sides fought fiercely. Wherever they passed, they left behind a trail of corpses. Sylvia had countless comrades around her, either firing with heavy cannons or blocking with electromagnetic shields. She was also a member of the landing team, protecting the flanks. She had been fighting for a long time with her sword, and she could not remember whether she had killed 100 or 200,000 beast soldiers. Her battle suit was damaged, and she had suffered light injuries. She was already drenched in sweat and exhausted. In the middle of the battlefield, the sounds of explosions and roars were deafening. Sylvia could not hear anything else. She only knew that she had to keep moving forward with the army. He raised his head and glanced at the sky. Outside the satellite fortress, there was a magnificent scene of an interstellar war. Countless resplendent shooting stars streaked across the pitch-black sky, weaving a net of light. This was the radiance of countless ion cannons, illuminating the ancient darkness and burning brightly in the silence. Sylvia's vision was suddenly shrouded by a strong light. A plasma cannon landed on the ground not far away, hitting the black mass of 10,000 beast soldiers and blowing up a large number of figures. Boom! Occasionally, the fleet would be able to temporarily break through the satellite's protective shield, providing support and clearing the obstacles that prevented the landing team from reaching the entrance of the energy furnace. It almost hit us. Sylvia still had a lingering fear. Before she could catch her breath, a few more light cannons were fired at her. She had no choice but to enlarge the shield on her arm and block them. Bang! Bang! Sparks exploded on the shield, and her arm bore the brunt of the recoil. She felt a sharp pain in her arm and shoulder bones, and she almost could not lift them up. Sylvia gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She wanted to cry but had no tears. I really want to go back and study. At least my life is not in danger. 3 years ago, Sylvia had reached grade B and excitedly reported the good news to Han Xiao. Han Xiao was very pleased and threw her into the vanguard team for actual combat training. At first, Sylvia was quite happy, but now, she was filled with regret. Especially since the direct superior of this team was Lagi. Before every battle, Lagi would follow the procedures in the work manual and routinely boost the morale of his subordinates. Every time, she felt that she was definitely going to die. At this moment, a dark figure suddenly flew over from the distant horizon and landed heavily on the ground not far away. Under the impact of the huge force, the metal ground seemed to have turned into paper paste. It twisted and wrinkled, and a crater was smashed into it. This figure seemed to have fallen quite heavily, and it took him a long time to get up and fly into the sky. His gaze then turned toward the landing team Sylvia was in. Seeing the appearance of this person, Sylvia's heart sank. This person was the enemy Calamity Grade Super in charge of the logistics transit station. He should have been fighting in outer space, but he had actually landed on the surface of the satellite. It seemed like he had been shot down. The battlefield changed rapidly, and the expressions of everyone in the landing team changed. They all turned toward this Calamity Grade Super who had suddenly appeared and prepared to attack. They did not have a Calamity Grade Super leading them. Just when everyone was extremely nervous, another meteor fell from the sky and slammed into this Calamity Grade Super, sending him dozens of kilometers away. A sonic boom was created, and the surrounding 1,000 beast soldiers were blown away. The strong wind blew Sylvia and the others to the ground. "It's His Excellency Marion. Too timely. I almost thought I was going to die." Sylvia heard the exclamations behind her. She steadied herself with her sword and looked over. The meteor that had sent the Calamity Grade Super flying was floating in the air. It was the grade A mechanical pugilist who had joined the Black Star Corps 3 years ago, Marion. Marion was completely covered in a black super-heavy mech. He looked like a heavy armored knight. He turned his head and looked at the landing team. He nodded slightly, indicating that the landing team should continue forward and not worry about anything else. He then accelerated and disappeared from the spot, chasing after the enemy Calamity Grade Super while focusing on his own opponent. "I wonder how the battle above is going." Sylvia retracted her gaze and looked up at the sky again. Her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the darkness. She knew that her teacher was in charge of the fleet and controlling the entire situation. At the same time, Section Zero's fleet was crazily attacking the logistics transit station, destroying the enemy battleships one after another. Han Xiao was in the command room of the flagship, observing the real-time projection of the battlefield, mobilizing the troops, and commanding the entire situation. He was surrounded by a circle of advisors and assistants. Compared to 3 years ago, Han Xiao's aura was more stable. He had a simple hairstyle, sharp facial features, and green stubble on his chin. He had a necklace of compressed orbs around his neck, and he was wearing a large black windbreaker. However, it was unable to cover his muscular body, and he exuded the sexiness of a mature man from head to toe. His current identity was the first commander of this fleet. This was a standard mixed fleet, and 45% of the fleet belonged to Han Xiao. It was the largest fleet, and the rest were under the command of a few Section 0 members, all of whom were under Han Xiao's command. After 3 years of development, the Black Star Corps had become one of the top members of Section 0. A year ago, Purple Crystal had finally reached an agreement with Han Xiao, and the Black Star Corps had become a long-term partner. Purple Crystal had become the publicly acknowledged leader of Section 0, and Han Xiao himself had the qualifications to be the commander. Under Purple Crystal's arrangement, Han Xiao was able to command this fleet and was in charge of the logistics transit station for the expedition to Bloodshed Land. He had already been fighting outside for half a year. Being the commander meant that he could not be mobilized easily. Han Xiao no longer took the vanguard and left everything to his subordinates. It just so happened that the army had recruited a few new Grade A supers 3 years ago, and they were all very useful. They were all reliable talents, and he no longer lacked high-level combatants. As long as they did not meet an expert that they could not deal with, he would not need to take action. He had to nurture his officers and give them a chance to obtain merits. After all, once he took action, his subordinates would not be able to play. At this moment, a few advisors were observing the battlefield projection and discussing loudly. The enemy is still resisting, covering the logistics team and transporting the resources in the transit station through the Stargate. They want to reduce their losses. If we don't stop them, the enemy will be able to retrieve most of the resources and retreat through the Stargate in 27 minutes. Not to mention 27 minutes, they won't even be able to hold on for 10 minutes. The enemy's defense line has completely collapsed. Next, as long as we blow up the Stargate, the enemy who has yet to retreat will be dead for sure. Listening to everyone's discussion, Han Xiao stroked his stubble and did not say a word. The core facility of the logistics transit station was a Stargate built by a star cluster civilization. The other side was connected to the Sol cluster. The enemy had set up a satellite fortress and a fleet to protect the Stargate. After being attacked, they would retreat through the Stargate while defending. Once the enemy retreated, Han Xiao would not be able to chase after them. The other side of the Stargate was the enemy's territory. If the Stargate was closed, they would be surrounded. Therefore, the condition for victory was to destroy the Stargate before the enemy completely retreated. The Stargate was a two-way channel, and the enemy's reinforcements could arrive through the Stargate. The enemy needed time to mobilize reinforcements, and the attacking side had the initiative. Therefore, as long as the Stargate was destroyed first, the battle would be over. The Black Star Corps had obtained a huge amount of resources in the past few years. Therefore, Han Xiao was willing to spend a lot to greatly expand his fleet. Therefore, the scale of this expedition fleet was extremely large, and their strength completely crushed the defense team of the transit station. The battlefield projection showed that the enemy's defense line had collapsed, and the Stargate was exposed. Seeing this, an adjutant laughed. "The enemy has no chance. We've won." As soon as he said that, the blue vortex in the center of the Stargate rippled and spat out battleships one after another. The reinforcements of the Bloodshed Land had arrived and immediately joined the battle, blocking the attacks of the fleet. Han Xiao speechlessly glanced at the deputy who spoke. This person had an awkward expression, coughed, avoided Han Xiao's gaze, and pretended to stare at the battlefield projection with a focused expression that said, "I'm analyzing the situation, don't disturb me. This is why I don't want to talk when the wind is blowing." Han Xiao sighed. The appearance of the enemy's reinforcements caused a chain reaction. On the other side, streams of light flew over from the desolate universe belt, and a huge fleet stopped at the edge of the battlefield. Together with the reinforcements of the Bloodshed Land, they surrounded Han Xiao's fleet. An ambush? Everyone's expression changed. "Oh, it seems like this logistics transit station is a trap." Han Xiao raised his brows, and his face was calm. He was not surprised at all. The battle had gone so smoothly, and he had long noticed the problem. With so many logistics transit stations destroyed by him, how could the Bloodshed Land not respond? The model of the battleship of this ambush fleet was completely different from the Bloodshed Lands. This was a fleet belonging to another organization. Over the past 3 years, organizations that wanted to strangle him in the cradle had secretly allied with the Bloodshed Land and participated in the secret war. Han Xiao had already encountered more than 10 ambushes and traps specifically targeted at him. He was already used to it, and every day that he was not assassinated felt like something was missing. Beep beep. This time, the flagship received a video message from the ambush fleet. A man with metallic skin appeared on the screen. His entire body looked like it was made of metal, and his expression was murderous. Black Star, come out and fight. TSK, this guy is here again. Han Xiao sighed. This person was also a beyond grade A seed. His name was Hardaway, and he was a battle maniac. A year ago, he had barged in during a battle and specifically wanted to spar with Han Xiao. After being defeated, he had escaped. However, Hardaway did not give up on the challenge. After escaping, he took the initiative to form an alliance with the Bloodshed Land and used the opportunity of war to barge in again and again. He treated Han Xiao as a target to train himself and kept on fighting. Furthermore, when he saw that the situation was not good, he ran away extremely quickly. In Han Xiao's eyes, he was just a troublemaker. Over the past 3 years, Han Xiao's list of connections had become longer, and at the same time, his enemies had increased as well. You guys take command. I have work to do. Han Xiao's face was calm. He casually twisted his neck and walked toward the cabin door, leaving the people in the command room with his back as steady as an old dog. Chapter 682. The hatch opened, and a strong suction force suddenly stirred up a strong wind, trying to drag him out of the spaceship. Han Xiao used his mechanical force to stimulate the compressed orb, and nanoparticles flowed out like black sand all over his body. They quickly transformed and turned into a strengthened mountain ape mechanical suit. He moved his limbs and jumped out of the spaceship. Blue flames spurted out from the thrusters, and he turned into a meteor and sped toward the rear. The expedition force was pincered from the front and back. At the same time, they exchanged fire with the Bloodshed Land reinforcements and the enemy's ambush forces. The deputy took over the commander's job and told the rear team to resist the ambush forces while the front team continued to attack the Stargate. Destroying the Stargate was still the key to winning this battle. Han Xiao's goal was to deal with the high-level combatants of the ambush forces. After failing assassination attempts time and time again, he had already proven how difficult he was to deal with. If the enemy did not have a reliable strategy, they would not have tried to assassinate him. He also wanted to see what kind of new assassination package the enemy had prepared for him this time, and he was a little excited. The galactic battlefield was filled with crisscrossing laser cannons. Han Xiao moved and dodged while flying at high speed, easily avoiding the ion cannons. Not long after, he arrived at the edge of the ambush forces. A stream of light flew over from the enemy's formation. It was Hardaway, who had challenged him. Hardaway was an old opponent. He did not like to talk and did not want to give Han Xiao time to release the mech army. The moment he saw Han Xiao, he did not waste any time and charged forward with the iron-head hammer like a mini meteorite. Han Xiao was not afraid of the sudden attack. His hands turned into cannon barrels, and blue psionic cannons shot out toward Hardaway. Hardaway did not dodge at all and allowed the psionic cannons to explode on his body. He was not injured at all. After fighting many times, Han Xiao understood Hardaway's abilities very well. He did not want to injure him but only wanted to slow down Hardaway's charging speed. Making use of this short time, he activated the army boxes from afar. The space around him rippled, and the army boxes jumped over one after another. The door of the crate opened, and countless compressed orbs rapidly expanded into a mechanical torrent, filling up the small area almost instantly. The densely packed mech legion had reached a scale of 3 million. In the past 3 years, the Black Star Corps had earned a lot. Han Xiao had plenty of funds to strengthen and expand the mech legion multiple times. Now, even the most common cannon fodder-level mechanical soldier was made of high-grade alloy materials. Its armor and defense were much higher than 3 years ago. The increase in base stats made the various bonuses even more impressive. Through the many war missions, Han Xiao had earned a large amount of Amethyst Civilization contribution points and had exchanged them for more cutting-edge knowledges. One of them was the controllable annihilation weapon, of the Armed Forces branch. Annihilation weapons were conventional weapons that were one grade higher than energy weapons. Because it was a technological innovation, its power was much higher than normal energy weapons. Furthermore, it required the cutting-edge knowledge, abnormal state energy, as a prerequisite. Basically, only psionic energy or antimatter energy could be used to create annihilation weapons. With these two cutting-edge knowledges, Han Xiao had already changed most of the weapons of his mechanical soldiers to annihilation weapons. Together with legendary battle techniques and other talents, their attack power had increased significantly. In the past 3 years, Han Xiao had yet to complete his class advancement mission. If it were any other class, his strength would not have increased by much. However, the advantage of the mechanic class was that as long as he had money to burn, even if his strength reached a bottleneck, he could still steadily increase his strength. Han Xiao had not stopped building his mech legion in the past 3 years. He realized that other than having money, he had another huge advantage, which was that he had far more time than the players. The mechanic class happened to be a class that needed time to build all kinds of equipment. As long as he had money and a liver, increasing his strength would be as easy as drinking water. Among the 5 superclasses, only the mage class could be compared to the mechanic class in this aspect. With Han Xiao's current strength, any normal calamity grade super that came would basically be killed. After the repeated assassination attempts, the various organizations in the Shattered Star Ring had reached a consensus. Those organizations that secretly planned assassinations would not easily send their high-level combatants to their deaths. Therefore, the only enemy that Han Xiao was facing now was Hardaway. This guy was a beyond grade A seed and did not belong to the category of normal calamity grades. Furthermore, his ability was the type that gave Han Xiao a headache. Hardaway was an Esper, and his ability was body hardening. This was a common Esper ability that could be found on the streets. However, he was extremely talented and had developed this Esper ability to an abnormal degree. His defense was extremely shocking, and he had many molding talents. He was a boss-level character. Firstly, Hardaway had the molding talent low damage immunity. He was a tank, and as long as the attack did not exceed a certain standard value, the attack would deal 0 damage. This standard value depended on his own defense, and his Esper ability was body hardening, which greatly increased his defense. Therefore, focus fire tactics were almost useless against him. The second thing that gave Han Xiao a headache was that Hardaway also had the molding talent true damage immunity. Beyond grade A seeds were all extremely talented and were heroes among bosses. For a super tank like Hardaway, it was not strange for him to have this talent. This made legendary battle techniques ineffective against him. The focus fire effect was poor, and true damage was ineffective. Han Xiao's 2 trump cards could not threaten Hardaway, so he could only slowly grind him down. Every time he fought with Hardaway, it was a process of 2 huge lumps of meat rubbing against each other. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Every time Han Xiao defeated Hardaway, he did not kill him. It was not that he did not want to, but that he really could not kill this guy before Hardaway escaped. On the other hand, Hardaway seemed to be enjoying the beatings and did not tire of challenging him. A year ago, Hadavi had suddenly come to find him for a spar. Han Xiao had no enmity with him, so he felt that this must be the result of his enemy adding fuel to the fire. He finally understood how to fight poison with poison. "Aren't you meat? I'll find someone even fatter to disgust you." In the past, it was the Bloodshed Land who wanted to vomit every time they saw him. Now, it was Han Xiao who wanted to vomit every time he saw Hardaway. Without any other enemy calamity grade supers, he only had one opponent. There were no other constraints. A portion of the Mech Legion fought with Hardaway according to the set battle mode. These little cuties were more than enough to stall him. Han Xiao was only responsible for providing the mechanical force bonuses. He did not want to fight with Hardaway at all. It was a waste of energy. At the same time, Han Xiao turned around and controlled another portion of the Mech Legion to attack the surrounding enemy fleet. The dense dark blue annihilation rays pierced through the shields of the spaceships, leaving strange colored spots around the holes of the shields. The spaceships lost their shields one after another, and their outer armor was torn apart. Countless metal fragments floated in the air. Turbulent fire snakes spewed out from the holes in the spaceships, flowing into the vacuum along with the airflow and turning into twisting fire dragons. They lasted for an instant before they ran out of oxygen and were extinguished. The energy furnace lost its balance, and the spaceships expanded from the inside. Dazzling flames tore through the hull of the spaceships, and violent explosions occurred. The spaceships turned into fireworks in the universe, also disappearing in the blink of an eye. With the current strength of the Mech Legion, it was not a problem for them to participate in a galactic war. They gradually helped their own fleet stabilize the situation. After fighting for half a day, the enemy fleet was already showing signs of weakening. The reinforcements of the bloodshed land could only struggle at death's door. It was only a matter of time before the Stargate was destroyed. Hardaway also seemed to have thoughts of retreating. He started to shake off the entanglement of the Mech Legion and started to retreat. However, he did not run in the direction of the ambush troops but directly charged into the formation of Han Xiao's fleet, wanting to pass through and escape through the Stargate before Han Xiao's fleet completely destroyed the Bloodshedland's defense line. "You're running?" Inside the mechanical suit helmet, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had thought that there would be some new tricks in this assassination, but he did not expect it to be such a bluff. Even the previous few assassinations were much more powerful than this one. It's definitely not that simple. I wonder what he's up to. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, thought about it, and turned around to chase after Hardaway. His fleet was in Hardaway's path, and Han Xiao was not going to sit back and watch him charge into his fleet. If Hardaway wanted to do something, the others would not be able to stop him. The two of them chased, and Han Xiao gradually closed the distance between them. Behind him, millions of mechanical soldiers followed like millions of meteors, majestic. Han Xiao finally caught up to Hardaway when they arrived at the front line. Seeing that Hardaway had already passed through his fleet, he stopped and did not plan to continue the chase. This time, Hardaway did not continue to run. He suddenly turned around and charged toward Han Xiao, trying to break through the fierce focus fire. This is a little strange. Han Xiao became alert and was about to dodge when the mechanical suit's radar suddenly rang, showing 30 high-energy reaction sources. 30 Grade A supers suddenly appeared in the surrounding Bloodshed Land's reinforcement fleet and charged toward Han Xiao. Han Xiao even saw Rothus and the other Vanguard officials. They had followed the reinforcement fleet through the Stargate and had not attacked the few Calamity-grade supers of the Black Star Corps. They had been waiting patiently for this opportunity. The attacks of the 30 Calamity-grade supers came from all directions, bringing immense pressure. Han Xiao hurriedly controlled the Mech Legion to block, but Hardaway found an opening. This iron-headed brat smashed through all the mechanical soldiers in his way and collided with Han Xiao. Han Xiao's waist tightened, and he realized that Hardaway's hands were tightly wrapped around his body, unable to break free. Hardaway carried him and charged toward the Stargate. The 30 Calamity-grade supers ignored the harassment of the Mech Legion and bombarded Hardaway with attacks one after another, madly increasing his speed. The surrounding Bloodshed Land fleets gave up all attacks and desperately defended against the attacks of Han Xiao's fleet, desperately protecting the Stargate. Seeing this, Han Xiao's brain worked quickly, and he immediately understood the other party's entire plan. This is for Hardaway to pretend to ambush me, force me to fight, and then pretend to retreat, leading me near the Stargate. The other dozens of Calamity-grade supers secretly returned to the Sol cluster from the 3 border star systems and waited for orders with the reinforcements. The Bloodshed Land knows that I will attack the last logistics transit station, so this is a trap they deliberately exposed. Their goal is to let these Calamity-grade supers follow the reinforcements to this battlefield through the Stargate. Their goal is not to kill me but to help Hardaway control me and send me into the Stargate. On the other side of the Stargate was the Sol cluster, which was the headquarters of the Klent Kingdom and Bloodshed Land. Ha, I get it. You want to lure me into your territory. This way, I will be isolated and helpless, and you can slowly torture me. Even if you can't kill me, you can easily capture me alive. Han Xiao felt a headache. These little bastards really have imagination. Are they trying to elope with me? Hardaway's physique could easily withstand the continuous bombardment, and his flying speed became faster and faster. The bloodshed land battleships along the way opened a path for him, and the blue vortex in the center of the Stargate expanded rapidly in Han Xiao's vision, getting closer and closer. Seeing that the strategy was about to succeed, Hardaway could not help but send a voice message to Han Xiao, who was right in front of him. "When we reach the Sol Cluster, let's have a good fight again. By the way, do you want me to ask them to bring your mech legion over as well? That way, we can have a good fight." Hardaway's tone was sincere. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "You're quite King sincere. Since you like to fight with me so much, let go of me if you have the guts. As long as you don't run away, I'll fight with you until you're satisfied." "No, fighting is one thing. I don't want to die." Hardaway shook his head, increased the strength of his arms, and tightly hugged Han Xiao's waist, stubbornly flying with Han Xiao. "You really think highly of me." Han Xiao was speechless. To be honest, he did not have any grudges against Hardaway. Hardaway was not interested in the secret war at all and only wanted to find him to fight. As the saying went, no discord, no concord. The two of them had clashed so many times, and they were both beyond grade A seeds. Sometimes, they would even chat while fighting. Chapter 683. At the same time, in the remote command room of the Bloodshed Land headquarters on planet Heba, Chief Staff Officer Jode and a group of deputies were watching the situation through a remote video call. "It seems like we have a chance to succeed this time." One of the deputies swallowed. "Don't relax. Black Star has too many tricks up his sleeve. Before he enters the Stargate, no one can let down their guard." Jode's tone was grave. This kidnapping operation was his idea. In the past 3 years, Black Star had fought with the frontline troops of the Bloodshed Land hundreds of times. He had thought of many methods, but all of them had been resolved by Han Xiao. This strong enemy was both strong and difficult to kill. He was almost invincible at the Calamity grade level, which gave him a headache. However, Jode was not discouraged. Instead, he followed the tyrant's instructions and treated dealing with Black Star as a test. Coincidentally, Black Star had been leading a team to eliminate the logistics transit stations in the desolate universe belt for the past half a year. Jode had an idea and decided to set up this trap to try and kidnap Black Star to the Sol Cluster. As long as they succeeded, even if they could not kill Black Star, they would be able to control him. The Sol Star Cluster was their headquarters, and Black Star did not have any helpers. He was alone and had nowhere to run. Once Black Star fell into their hands, Clint would be more than happy to use all kinds of methods to control Black Star. Purple Crystal would lose a beyond grade A seed with a bright future, and the potential stock they had invested in would become Clint's people. It did not matter who came first. This way, he would not need His Excellency Tyrant's help to get rid of a rising star of the shattered star ring. He would feel a sense of accomplishment, and His Excellency Tyrant would definitely value him more. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that he could kidnap Black Star. Jode stared at Han Xiao on the screen, ready to give orders to the Calamity grades present at any time. In his eyes, Han Xiao was already a boss-like existence. His current attitude coincidentally coincided with the attitude of the players when they were fighting boss-like. He was prepared to deal with Han Xiao's next stage state at any time. In the battlefield near the Stargate, from the 30 Calamity grade supers brazenly attacking to Han Xiao being carried by Hardaway to the Stargate, only a few seconds had passed. The attacks of Rothus and the other 30 Calamity grades attacked Hardaway's back time and time again, increasing his speed. He was getting closer and closer to the Stargate. Han Xiao circulated his energy throughout his body. Every cell in his body was like a reactor operating at full power, spewing out surging energy that turned into icy cold void energy that quickly spread throughout his limbs and bones. It was as if his body was immersed in icy water. The void energy burned fiercely on the surface of his body, turning into a silver-gray flame. Inside the mechanical suit helmet, the whites of Han Xiao's eyes were dyed into the color of obsidian, and his pupils became the size of rice grains. He instantly entered the void molt state, and his attributes increased by a large margin. The void attribute of his energy was also amplified. Hardaway's hands suddenly hugged nothing, and Han Xiao disappeared without a trace. Everyone, stay alert. Black Star might appear nearby at any time. Secret mags who have mastered space magic immediately sense his dimension and route. The moment he appears, restrict his movement. Jode immediately ordered in the remote command channel. He was already prepared. After being together for more than 3 years, both sides knew each other very well. When Jode was setting up the plan, he had already considered the various methods of Black Star. Although he did not know that Han Xiao's teleportation ability was advanced void travel, he had seen it many times. After asking various supers, he roughly understood the theory behind it and understood how to restrict some of Han Xiao's abilities. Among the 30 calamity-grade supers lying in ambush, Jode had specially arranged a few secret mags who practiced space magic. These people had already prepared spell models, and the staff, orbs, spellbooks, and other casting tools in their hands were emitting magic radiance. They could sense the slight fluctuations of Han Xiao's teleportation between the void dimension and the real dimension. The magic light tracked this energy fluctuation, and the traces of Han Xiao's movement in the void dimension were immediately outlined in the minds of the few secret mags. It was like a conspicuous mark. The few of them turned to an empty spot at the same time, and without hesitation, they threw all the high-level space imprisonment spells they had prepared before the battle toward the empty spot. All kinds of magic radiance shot out. The next moment, Han Xiao's figure left the void dimension and appeared in this position. All kinds of high-level space imprisonment spells immediately came at him, and there was almost no time to react. However, Han Xiao did not need to react. Before using advanced void travel, he knew that he would definitely be ambushed. This was not the first time. As the saying went, a man was afraid of being famous while a pig was afraid of being fat. His fame had skyrocketed, and every battle would let the various organizations know of his abilities. The moment he appeared, Han Xiao did not say anything. His hands formed into claws, and as if space was a canvas, he pulled fiercely. Without any hesitation, he directly used void distortion. Visible distortions and folds appeared in the cosmic space around him like a magnifying glass. The spacetime coordinates of a small area around Han Xiao deviated by more than 10 decimal points. Some of the long-range spells went along the curve of the space folds and missed completely. Some of the domain-type spells, due to the change in spacetime coordinates, caused a chain reaction. The structure of the spells clashed and shattered, and the space imprisonment domain cancelled itself out. After resolving the ambush of the mags with a single attack, the danger was instantly eliminated. Han Xiao directly added mechanical force to the Mech Legion through the void attribute. The Mech Legion was filled with electricity, and it was as if they had eaten the little blue pill of the mechanical brand. 2/3 of the calamity-grade supers had no choice but to give up on the idea of restraining Han Xiao and hurriedly dodged. Other than Hardaway, no one present dared to be targeted by Han Xiao's Mech Legion. Star-shaking fist. Rothus did not give up. Before he was surrounded by the Mech Legion, the muscles on his arms suddenly bulged, and a thick scarlet wave blasted out, heading straight for Han Xiao. This move again. Don't you Vanguard officials have any other trump cards? Han Xiao curled his lips, deactivated the void distortion, and drew a circle in front of him with his hands. The mechanical parts followed the trajectory of his palms and formed a mechanical ring-shaped device, facing the red beam of light from the star-shaking fist head-on. The mechanical ring-shaped device was hollow, and the star-shaking fist should have been able to pass through it easily. However, when it entered the hollow part of the device, the red beam of light seemed to have lost its momentum and was sucked in by the mechanical ring. It turned into a red stream of light, spinning at high speed along the inner circle of the ring as if it could not escape the strange force field of the mechanical ring. This was a new device that Han Xiao had created using the new cutting-edge knowledge of the control class, Advanced Space Application, Curvature Force Field Distorter. The hollow part of the mechanical ring was actually covered with a special force field that had changed the curvature of space. It was set into a closed cycle. As long as most of the energy was sucked in, it would be trapped in this closed force field space. In fact, the star-shaking punch was still moving forward, but it was rotating according to the distorted curvature. It was like a small meteorite that was captured by the gravity of a planet and was orbiting the planet. The speed, power, of this meteorite did not reach the limit of gravity, just like it did not reach the concept of the nth cosmic speed. On the other side, Hardaway also braked and charged toward Han Xiao again, opening his arms as if asking for a hug. Han Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He used his mechanical force to control the curvature force field distorter and aimed it at Hardaway. He released the captured star-shaking fist, and the red beam of light blasted Hardaway far away like a wild dragon that had just broken free. Han Xiao turned around and looked at the few mags. In his eyes, mags were much more difficult to deal with than other muscular mags. Seeing that these mags were about to cast spells again, Han Xiao did not say anything and flicked out a compressed orb, which expanded into a rectangular mechanical device. The appearance of this device was like a trapezoidal pyramid, and it was as black as ink. From top to bottom, light dots lit up one after another, forming mysterious magic inscriptions. Hum. There was clearly no sound in the vacuum of space, but the mags felt as if they were in the middle of an ocean. The roaring sound of the waves was deafening. This was the vibration of magic energy. In the senses of the mags, the magic energy around them became violent and difficult to control. The magic energy that they could control, like their own arms, also showed signs of being blocked. Their expressions changed. Humph, this thing is enough to make you mags suffer. Han Xiao chuckled. This mechanical device was called the magic tide generator. It could interfere with the magic elements in a certain area, causing them to become chaotic and violent. It was a mechanical device specially made to deal with mags. According to the terminology, all mags within the range of the magic tide would have their casting speed reduced and the power of their spells weakened. Lagi even added magic inscriptions on it, making the effect of this device far better than the original. Mechanical equipment had a wide range of applications. In the past 3 years, Han Xiao had used cutting-edge knowledge, high-end knowledge, and intermediate knowledge to create many powerful new equipment. Now, Han Xiao had a large number of new machines in his hands as trump cards, and he easily escaped from the enemy's encirclement. On the other hand, Hardaway and the others were in a passive position. Seeing that Han Xiao had escaped from his control, Jode unwillingly punched the screen. He knew that this mission was basically a failure. He took a deep breath and immediately changed the order. The mission has failed. Everyone, give up the mission and evacuate through the Stargate immediately. Hearing this, Rothus let out a low roar unwillingly. Hardaway felt rather regretful. He immediately stopped, turned around, and rushed toward the Stargate. He was the one with the most stubborn head, and the one who ran the fastest. Han Xiao had already distanced himself from Hardaway and watched as Hardaway disappeared into the Stargate. He had no intention of stopping him. With such a short distance, he would not be able to kill Hardaway before he escaped. This guy was too tough. Han Xiao could not be bothered to waste energy on Hardaway. His target was the other 30 Calamity-grade supers. He controlled the Mech Legion to surround them. Looking at the 30 Calamity-grade supers trying to break through, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Since you're already here, leave me a few souvenirs. This time, a teleportation gate opened beside Han Xiao. Lagi walked out and observed the situation. Compared to 3 years ago, Lagi had not changed much. After all, a dispirited person looked old. Heh, you came at the right time. Help me stall these Calamity-grade supers. Leave as many as you can. Han Xiao patted his shoulder, then pointed at the 30 Calamity-grade supers who were trying their best to get rid of the Mech Legion and rush toward the Stargate. His meaning was obvious. Lagi sighed, took out his staff, and floated toward the chaotic battlefield. Remember to help me collect the corpses. As the high-level combatants retreated, the Bloodshed Land also stopped sending reinforcements through the Stargate and completely gave up on resisting. The resources in the logistics transit station were also abandoned, and the fleet covered the high-level combatants as they retreated through the Stargate one after another. Every single one of them that could escape was still alive. Jode had been remotely commanding the entire time. Only when the Stargate was seized by Han Xiao's fleet did his tensed body soften, and he collapsed onto the chair as though he had turned into a salted fish. He said weakly, "Count the losses. How many people did not manage to withdraw? How many high-level combatants did we lose?" Report, 37% of the reinforcements sent out this time did not manage to withdraw in time. Of the high-level combatants sent out, Hardaway successfully withdrew, and so did the 8 Vanguard officials. Of the remaining 22 Grade A supers, only 17 managed to withdraw. Black Star left behind 5 high-level combatants to reinforce, and we also lost contact with the 2 Calamity Grade supers who were originally guarding the logistics hub. In other words, we lost 7 high-level combatants this time. Jode could not help but facepalm. Although most of the Grade A supers that died were new members that Klent had helped them take over the private organizations of the entire star cluster, they were still high-level combatants. Losing 7 high-level combatants in one go, Jord felt extremely pained. He had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. At least 40 to 50 Calamity Grades had died in Black Star's hands. He was practically a Calamity Grade harvester. Just thinking about Black Star's battle record made Jode shiver. If not for the fact that many large organizations had secretly allied with the Bloodshed Land in the past 3 years and brought in many high-level combatants, he felt that the Bloodshed Land would have to avoid Black Star. While Jode was doubting his life, the battle in the desolate universe belt had basically ended. The enemies that did not manage to retreat in time lost their escape route. Han Xiao ordered his fleet to chase after them, and without any suspense, they easily annihilated the remnants of the Bloodshed Land. At the same time, they dismantled the Stargates into parts and transported them away as spoils of war. A star cluster-level teleportation Stargate could be sold for a lot of money, and it was not a bad choice to bring it back for research. Lagi's spacetime secret technique helped the Mech Legion restrain a few Grade A supers. In Han Xiao's eyes, Lagi's fighting style made him feel nostalgic. Lagi's style was like a certain monkey with the surname Sun. When Lagi used Nuarudo to restrain the enemy, Han Xiao could not help but say freeze in his mind. It had to be said that Lagi was still very strong. Han Xiao was very satisfied with this vice-captain. Although the morale of the troops led by Lagi was basically constant at 0, there was a saying in the art of war that a desperate army would definitely win. The Calamity Grade supers that did not retreat were surrounded, and their resistance was futile. They were all captured by Han Xiao and prepared to be thrown into the Happy Hut to be squeezed for juice in the future. After the battle ended, the fleet cleaned up the battlefield and looted the spoils of war. Han Xiao did not need to deal with such trivial matters. He retrieved the Mech Legion and returned to the machinery modification room in the flagship. He let the automated mechanical arms repair the damage of the various mechanical soldiers. He then took off the Mountain Ape mechanical suit to repair it as a leisure activity after the battle. Beep beep. This time, his communicator rang. Han Xiao picked it up, and Ralph's projection appeared in front of him. "Your adjutant has submitted the report. You guys did very well this time. It's another great victory worth celebrating." Ralph had a smile on his face. He was in a good mood. Han Xiao took a look, then turned around to repair his mechanical suit. He casually replied, "Bloodshed Land ambushed me again. This time, in order to kidnap me, they mobilized quite a number of senior Calamity Grade supers in West Wind, Kaya, and Cheda. Their strongholds should be quite empty now. You guys can take the opportunity to sneak in. We will consider this suggestion. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Don't disturb me while I'm repairing things." Han Xiao did not even turn around. After 3 years of contact, Ralph had already been added to the list of high-quality contacts by Han Xiao. The two of them were very familiar with each other, and their attitude was much more casual when communicating in private. Furthermore, Ralph was no longer his superior. He had become a long-term partner of the Amethyst civilization a year ago. Although he was still a member of Section 0, he was actually an independent partner. Ahem, have you forgotten? This is the last logistics transit station. You have already been fighting outside for half a year. The mission is complete, so you can come back. Coincidentally, there are no other important missions for you to take part in at the moment. I plan to give you a long vacation, Ralph said. Han Xiao paused, and his eyes sparkled. Chapter 684. After hanging up the call with Ralph, Han Xiao did not bother with repairing his mechanical suit. He left the workshop and went to the command room on the bridge. He gave the order to gather all the officers of the fleet for a meeting. There was no need for the officers to keep an eye on the battlefield. After the order was given, the officers of the fleet came to the flagship one after another. They gathered in the command room and nodded at Han Xiao. Han Xiao nodded in response to the old officers under him. There was the dejected Lagi, the calm and reliable Hurlus, the graceful Sylvia, the reckless Harmon, and the 3 Calamity-grade supers who had joined 3 years ago, Camp, Marion, and Miss Asek. Other than the officers of the army, there were also a few other Section 0 members in the expedition fleet. They had fought side by side for half a year and were very familiar with each other. After everyone was present, Han Xiao knocked on the table, and the chatter stopped. I've gathered all of you this time to inform you of the next step. I've just received news from Purple Crystal. They're very satisfied with our results over the past half a year. They've decided to conscript us back and give us a long holiday. Our mission is over, so we can rest for a while. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. That's great. I haven't been home for half a year, and my wife has been asking me every day when I'm going back. Haha, I can give her a surprise now. A core member of another organization was the first to speak. Maybe she'll give you a surprise. Lagi patted his shoulder comfortingly. Thank you. This person's face was full of gratitude. Wasn't this settled? Finally, I can rest. Sylvia's eyes lit up. She bit her lower lip and almost cheered out loud. Han Xiao glanced at her and nodded. In the past 3 years, Sylvia had devoted herself to actual combat and walked on the edge of life and death. Her growth was far faster than before, and she had entered a period of rapid growth. In his previous life, Sylvia had been a Calamity-grade super in version 3.0 and had earned the title of Female Mechanical Knight. In the past 3 years, this potential had gradually revealed itself. In the past, Sylvia had been very envious of Fu Ding's terrifying talent, and now, she had also discovered a similar talent. Han Xiao reckoned that Sylvia might really be able to advance from B class to A class during the update period. She still had nearly 7 years to grow. However, Sylvia's biggest change was her appearance. Women change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. In the past 3 years, Sylvia had gradually grown up. She had a head of long brown curly hair, a tall figure, and snow-white skin. As the saying goes, a fair complexion can hide 100 ugliness. However, not only was she not ugly, her appearance was also very outstanding. Not only were her facial features beautiful, but when put together, they were that kind of pure and charming appearance. Her valiant temperament revealed a natural charm. She did not wear a heavy alloy mechanical suit and mainly wore a light combat suit with a shield as the main component. Thus, she looked rather cool and revealed a large portion of her hot body covered by the high-strength fiber combat suit. She had a strange charm to her, and her charm had increased by at least 30%. Beautiful women were always pleasing to the eyes. He could not help but sigh. In his previous life, Sylvia had been a frequent customer in the game world, and she probably would not be able to escape in this life. It all depended on when the players would discover her. Old Hurlus, after you go back, take over Reynolds' job and check on the development of the industries in the various star systems. Han Xiao turned around and instructed Hurlus. Okay. Hurlus nodded. Hurlus had always been an important management officer. In the past half a year, in order to train himself, he had followed the fleet on the expedition. The daily affairs of the Black Star Corps were temporarily handled by Reynolds and a group of administrative officers in the headquarters. They would report the situation to Han Xiao regularly. In comparison, Han Xiao trusted Hurlus' ability more. Other than old Hurlus liking to play cards, he was quite reliable in all other aspects. In the past half a year, he had also gained quite a lot, becoming one of the best among grade B+. He was finally starting to touch the threshold of the calamity grade. In his previous life, Herlus had died early in the beast tide of planet Sunil. Han Xiao did not know if he had the potential to become a calamity grade super. However, since he was a protagonist-type character with luck glow, even if his talent and aptitude were not as good as Fu Ding's, he was still far superior to ordinary people. After giving out some instructions, Han Xiao ended the meeting. The battlefield had been cleaned up, and the fleet set off to return to Colton. Han Xiao locked himself in his office and calculated the current business situation of the Black Star Corps. In the past 3 years, the development of the Black Star Corps had been smooth sailing. The importance of the mercenary business had dropped to third place, and the industry had gradually completed its transformation. It was no longer a mercenary group but a large private armed organization. The original mercenary business had been separated and formed the mercenary division of the Black Star Corps. It followed the structure of a mercenary group and specialized in the mercenary business. Thus, it satisfied the wishes of many freelance mercenaries and did not lose many talents. Instead, it increased the attractiveness of the mercenaries. The Mercenary League in the Shattered Star Ring had been established but had not been officially announced. The Black Star Corps was currently one of the positions of the upper echelons. Sky Ring, Blades, and the other large armies were using Han Xiao's name to recruit people from all over the starfield. At the same time, they also had to negotiate with the Mercenary Guild Alliance. This was a universe-level guild, and the Shattered Star Ring was only one of the divisions of the Mercenary Guild Alliance. If they wanted to establish an army, they had to go through the Mercenary Guild Alliance. The mercenary business had dropped to third place. The main business of the Black Star Corps was the long-term cooperation with Purple Crystal and the Secret War. The second most important business was mining. Dozens of star system civilizations had invited them to help them build bases in their territories and allow them to mine resource planets. The profit from this was the most terrifying and was the biggest source of income for the Black Star Corps. With bases built in dozens of star systems, the territory of the Black Star Corps had expanded to more than half of the Colton star cluster. With so many star systems being so far apart from each other, if they were to use their own funds to build a base, the expenditure would be enormous. Adding on the cost of maintenance, logistics, and so on, this would cause the financial flow of the army to become unhealthy. Although the contracts offered by these star system civilizations were not small, they were not enough to support the huge cost. Furthermore, if they wanted to mine resource planets, they would have to invest even more, recruit a large number of people, and manufacture or purchase all kinds of mining equipment. This was another terrifying cost. Although the star system civilizations would provide some support, they would not fully help the Black Star Corps to mine their own resource planets. They would only provide a certain amount of manpower and equipment so that the Black Star Corps could mine a resource planet. Mining resource planets required a huge amount of investment, and most organizations would not be able to afford it. If they only used the army's funds to mine resource planets, the value of the mining rights of the resource planets would be extremely small, even with the help of the Black Spirit race. Although the Black Spirit race was good at mining, they were still very backward. After being killed on planet Sunil, their population had not recovered in just a few years. However, Han Xiao saw the characteristic of businessmen that pursued profits. He publicized the mining rights contracts between the Black Star Corps and the various star system civilizations and opened them for public bidding. The target of the bidding was the financial groups of the entire star field. These financial groups were clear about the huge profits of resource planets, so they all flocked to them to seek cooperation. Of course, Han Xiao could not sell the mining rights of the civilizations, but it was not a problem to get people to cooperate. He could get the financial groups to provide the funds to help the Black Star Corps conduct large-scale, multi-planet mining, and the resources that were mined could be sold through the channels of these financial groups, allowing them to earn a commission. Han Xiao bid the mining rights of the different star systems separately, clearly dividing the areas that each financial group would be responsible for investing and selling. This way, although the profits could not be compared to the profits of mining independently, it could be accumulated. With a huge influx of funds, The Black Star Corps completed the business expansion of many star systems in the past 3 years. The subbases of every star system were mining 6 or 7 resource planets, and the actual income was much higher than mining independently, maximizing the utilization of the mining rights. Just the number of financial groups that cooperated with them jumped from single digits to 127, and they were all famous financial groups in the star field. Therefore, in just 3 short years, the scale of the Black Star Corps had snowballed. War, mining, employment, these were the 3 main businesses of the Black Star Corps. With the diversification of the business, it showed the characteristics of a financial group. The official members had already exceeded the 10 million mark, and the management personnel who handled the daily chores had also become an important part of the army. Because the scale of the army had skyrocketed, the number of matters that came with it also increased exponentially. There were a lot of problems that needed to be solved every day, and Han Xiao experienced the headache of a galactic contractor. If only this thing was as simple as fighting. He could only leave the specific matters to his subordinates to handle. He only needed to control the overall blueprint of the organization and go out to fight frequently. There was nothing else for him to do. The 3 main businesses of the army are already on the right track. Money is rolling in, and it's a virtuous cycle. I only need to maintain the stability of the army. Han Xiao pondered. Ever since the first wave of income from mining the resource planets more than 2 years ago, he rarely looked at the amount of his savings. Anyway, he knew that as long as he did not do charity, his funds would not run out. This holiday was very rare, and he did not want to worry about the miscellaneous matters of the organization. Instead, he prepared to use it to complete the legacy mission. In the past 3 years, Han Xiao had found a mission in his memory that could give him a level 180 silver legacy blueprint. The mission process could be summarized as passing the tests one by one and working hard to obtain the recognition of the inheritor. Because this was a level 180 blueprint mission, the process was extremely complicated, and the mission location was in another star cluster. Han Xiao had not taken many holidays in the past 3 years, and he had only reached the 7th round of this mission. He estimated that he should be able to complete this mission and obtain the legacy blueprint during this long holiday. Obtaining the blueprint was only the first step. He still had to create the orange product. Han Xiao did not want to use a mission completion card. In order to level up his cutting-edge knowledges, he had spent a lot of experience to level up his skills. Although killing calamity grades gave him a lot of experience, the experience he had was only enough for him to level up about 10 times. There were still 7 years until the start of version 3.0. Without enough experience, it was basically impossible for him to become a beyond grade A super. His current strength was also relatively sufficient. Therefore, Han Xiao felt that there was no need to look for mission completion cards everywhere. After all, the level 200 promotion mission was another hurdle. While thinking, Han Xiao opened the interface and browsed through the mission list. There were quite a lot of missions on it. The 4th round of Prey had not been completed. For some reason, Thousand Shadows had been silent for 3 years. This made Han Xiao very cautious. It felt like the calm before the storm. The longer it brewed, the scarier it would be. Han Xiao did not have the time to do Ghidorah's Grade S Bloodline mission. He felt that it would be very troublesome. If he had the time, he might as well use it to develop the Black Star Corps. The benefits would definitely be much greater than the mission reward. Arosha's personal mission was still delayed, but Faden's hidden mission, Choice, had been completed in the past 3 years, reaching the 4th result. Faden and Chen Xing had gotten together, and they were really sleeping with each other. The mission reward was not bad. It gave him a lot of experience and a chance to obtain a random reward. Fu Ding and Chen Xing's favorability increased greatly, making Han Xiao feel like he was the matchmaker. Speaking of which, isn't this a narcissistic situation? Han Xiao did not dare imagine what the wedding ceremony would be like if the 2 of them were to get married. It would definitely be an eyesore. Beep beep. While looking at the interface, Han Xiao's communicator suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Aesop. Vilna, She wants me to hand over the job and train a successor in advance. Chapter 685. On the outer orbit of planet Golden Gate, a satellite that looked like a steel fortress was orbiting around it. This was the current headquarters of the Black Star Corps. It had been moved away from the surface of planet Golden Gate and turned into a mobile satellite fortress. It was many times larger than before, and there were many more facilities. Inside the satellite was the main body of the base, which was a space station like Jubilee Hub. The surface was filled with defense facilities and ports. After spending 3 years, Han Xiao had turned most of the bases into satellite fortresses. Although the cost was high, he was now someone who owned a mine, so he did not feel the pinch at all. At this time, in the large port inside the base, a tall purple-haired beauty was pacing back and forth. She frequently looked in the direction of the port as if she was waiting for someone. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and her fingers were twisted together. Her beautiful face was full of nervousness and anxiety. It was Vilna. 10 days ago, she had listened to Aesop's orders and come to the headquarters of the Black Star Corps to wait for Han Xiao. Today was the day that Han Xiao would return, and Vilna had come to the port early to wait. Thinking that she was about to meet the person who was said to be the person closest to beyond Grade A in the Shattered Star Ring, she could not help but feel nervous. Before this, Vilna had never seen Han Xiao in person, nor had she spoken to him personally. She could not help but have all kinds of thoughts about this mysterious senior. The Black Star Corps had risen so quickly. Maybe Black Star was an ambitious schemer. She had heard that many of the organizations that he defeated had fallen into his traps. Maybe he was a schemer. Furthermore, he had a terrifying battle record that shocked the entire starfield. Maybe he was a domineering warrior. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Vilna's mind like fireworks. She was very nervous and rehearsed what kind of attitude she should have when meeting Black Star. At this moment, streams of light approached from afar and appeared outside the skylight of the port. An enormous Black Star fleet appeared, slowly decelerating and entering the entrance of the satellite base. The bottom of the battleships were embedded into the tracks, entering the base and stopping at various ports. The flagship, on the other hand, stopped at the large dock where Vilna was. The hatch opened with a whoosh, and the air pressure pump let out a sound of deflation. The foldable gangway unfolded automatically and hung on the edge of the dock. Draped in a black windbreaker, Han Xiao strode out in large strides. He casually looked around before stepping onto the alloy floor of the dock. The crowd behind him followed him out in a single file. Vilna calmed herself down and jogged over, standing in front of Han Xiao. "Your Excellency Black Star, my name is Vilna. I'm a new officer of Floating Dragon. Aesop asked me to look for you." Han Xiao paused and lowered his head to look at Vilna. His eyes were deep as if he was sizing her up. Vilna's heart jumped to her throat. She swallowed. Han Xiao didn't say anything. Her brain short-circuited, and she didn't know how to answer. She fell silent and stared at each other. After a while, Han Xiao smiled and said, "Aesop has already told me. He asked me to help you build a second field team. Don't worry, I'll help you." As he spoke, Han Xiao reached out and squeezed Vilna's slender shoulders. "Since you've joined Floating Dragon, do a good job. I have high hopes for you." Vilna's face blushed, and her tense body relaxed a little. Han Xiao's friendly attitude made her less nervous. "It seems like Black Star is a very easy person to get along with. I really don't understand why Jenny always emphasized that Black Star is a rude, unsociable, and heinous B***starred. Follow me." Han Xiao snapped his fingers, turned around, and walked away. Vilna came back to her senses and hurriedly followed. After passing through many corridors, the others said goodbye and left. Only Han Xiao and Vilna were left. The two of them walked in silence, one in front and one behind. Han Xiao suddenly said without turning his head, "Have you met Ames? What do you think of her?" Vilna was stunned. She thought for a while, stared at Han Xiao's back, and softly replied, "She's very gentle. I've always admired her. It's my honor to work for her." Does she know that your job is to build a second field team? She should know." Vilna thought for a while. It seemed like Ames did not ask about her job, so she added, "Aesop must have told her." Then, what was her attitude? It seems. Vilna thought hard and carefully said, she didn't have any special reaction. Han Xiao touched his chin and did not say anything. He knew that looking for a successor was most likely Aesop's idea. Ames would not care about this kind of thing, but he did not reject it. Floating Dragon had always given him a lot of help, and he also wanted to repay Floating Dragon and leave something behind. In order to seek better development, he chose to part on good terms, so there was no need for him to say goodbye. He did plan to train Vilna and pave the way for her, using these 7 years to complete the job transfer. Furthermore, Vilna was someone he was familiar with in his previous life. Without him, Vilna would have been the real field team officer of Floating Dragon. In the end, she would have died with Floating Dragon. All kinds of memories flashed through his mind, and the office was already in front of him. Han Xiao put away his thoughts, walked into the room with Vilna, and called Reynold, Hurles, and Sylvia. Let me introduce you. This is Vilna, a new officer of Floating Dragon. She's preparing to build a second field team, so she came to ask for my help. Help her recruit people, and don't worry about the cost. Also, choose 10 financial groups from our partners and persuade them to invest in the new Floating Dragon field team in my name. You have to value this work and help her build a field team according to her ideas. Try your best to provide support. Han Xiao said quickly. He was prepared to use the current resources and influence of the Black Star Corps to train a new team for Floating Dragon without asking for anything in return. Understood. Reynold nodded solemnly. He then shook Vilna's hand and said with a deep voice, "Tell me your request later. I'll try my best to fulfill it." Oh, okay. Vilna still hadn't recovered from her shock. Han Xiao's help was beyond her imagination. He gave her money and manpower. All she had to do was talk, and she did not have to worry about anything else. Everything was taken care of by the Black Star Corps. He's too rich. Vilna was dumbfounded, and a light blush appeared on her cheeks. She overturned the negative image that Jenny had instilled in her and built a new image of Han Xiao in her heart. Friendly, steady, reliable, rich, strong, and handsome. This kind of senior is awesome. Why is Jenny always lying to me? Vilna was annoyed. No wonder he could build such a huge foundation in just 10 years. Although Vilna did not want to admit it, after a short time together, Han Xiao gave her the feeling that he was much more reliable than Ames. Then, go do your work. Han Xiao waved his hand. Reynold nodded and turned to the others. Okay. Wait for me outside. I have something to talk to His Excellency Black Star alone. Han Xiao was a bit surprised. He looked at Reynold's face and saw that he had something on his mind. Han Xiao thought for a while and nodded to the others, signaling them to leave first. Seeing this, the others walked out with Vilna, leaving only Han Xiao and Reynold in the room. What do you want to talk to me about? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and stared at Reynold. Hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. Actually, I didn't want to mention this because no one can help me. But now, you can help me. I have something to ask of you, Reynold said with a serious face and a sincere tone. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He smelled the scent of a mission. In the past few years, he had been trying to trigger a mission from Reynold, but he had never succeeded. He thought that this person did not have a mission, but now, Reynold had taken the initiative to ask, which was beyond his expectations. Chapter 686. Reynold had very low requirements. Other than finding Han Xiao to learn about blueprints, he was like an invisible person the rest of the time. Ever since he joined the army, he had always kept a low profile. His business ability was as strict and reliable as his personality. He had never caused any trouble and managed the logistics of the army well. This was the first time he had asked Han Xiao for help. Seeing Reynold's troubled look, Han Xiaoxin understood. Reynold had only asked for his help now because this matter was very difficult. Reynold had only come to learn at the beginning, not to ask for help. However, now that Han Xiao had made a name for himself in the entire starfield, Reynold saw hope and felt that he had the ability to help. Han Xiao felt that his guess was not far from the truth, so he secretly braced himself. Tell me about the situation first. He did not agree immediately and decided to listen to the mission details first. Reynold thought for a while before speaking slowly. As you know, I'm from the Hyde star system. I'm sure you know the situation of that star system. Han Xiao nodded. The Heidegger star system was an ownerless star system that did not have a local civilization in charge. It was connected to 6 star system civilizations, including Godora. All of these civilizations had stationed a large number of troops in the Heidegger star system, dividing up this ownerless star system and continuously expanding. They had been at odds with each other for many years, causing the Heidegger star system to become a chaotic land of dispute. I was born in a small place called Sisiris, in the area occupied by the Hutt civilization. Sisiris was controlled by a low-level star system civilization with 6 ruling planets. This civilization's level was between a planetary civilization and a star system civilization. This civilization was divided into several regimes that competed with each other. Because Hyde was always at war, the political situation on Sisiris had always been very unstable, Reynold said slowly. Leonard said slowly, my parents ran a mechanical research company, but they went bankrupt later. When I was 6 years old, they died in a riot caused by a political protest. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. This was the first time Reynold had told his story. Normally, he would not talk about his past. I have a sister who is 9 years older than me. Her name is Rosalind. After my parents died, I lived with her for 3 years. When I was 9 years old, she sent me on a long-distance interstellar flight, sent me away from planet Sisiris, and abandoned me. When I left my hometown, I was still a child. I didn't know anything, and no one took care of me. I wandered the galaxy and spent the most difficult childhood wandering around. Only then did I gradually gain enough strength to protect myself. Later, I tried to go back to find Rosalind, and only then did I know what she had done. Leonard shook his head. After I left, she showed her awakened ability. The official statement is that she can bewitch people and subtly change people's perception of the world. But in the beginning, no one knew about her ability. She used this ability to gather countless believers and built a new religion. A new ideology and culture was born in her hands. This ability helped her complete the missionary process of a normal religion in just a few years. More and more people became her believers. She became the pope of the new religion in the Sisiris civilization and was loved and worshipped by countless people. Even the high-ranking officials of various governments had many believers. She controlled almost half of the Sisiris civilization in a religious way. She held a high position, above countless people. However, the authorities felt that she was a threat to their rule, so they kept searching for clues. In the end, her ability was discovered, and she became the most dangerous careerist in the eyes of the authorities. She, the Pope, was arrested, and the sect she founded was destroyed. Although her ability can rewrite people's subconscious thoughts on a large scale, it can't brainwash, make people crazy, or control people's minds. So, although society was shocked, no one stood up for her. No one likes their thoughts to be twisted by others. Her reputation fell to rock bottom, and she became a sinner despised by countless people. Those governments tried Rosalind and determined that she was guilty of crimes against civilization and race. They decided to detain her indefinitely. However, their true intentions were soon exposed. In their eyes, Rosalind's ability was an excellent tool that could help them rule. Who would detain Rosalind became a problem. Every government wanted to seize her and use her ability to consolidate their rule and attack their opponents. They were not willing to let anyone else have this tool. Leonard closed his eyes, pinched the bridge of his nose, and sighed. In name, she was imprisoned, but in fact, she disappeared from the public eye after the public trial. These governments sent agents and spies to secretly snatch her. There were even some rebels with ulterior motives who joined this battle. She became a tool that kept changing hands. Han Xiao listened for a long time and could not help but ask, "So, you want me to rescue her from the Sisiris civilization? You're already a calamity grade. You can do it yourself, right?" "No, she's not on Sisiris anymore." Leonard shook his head. The Hutt civilization discovered her and took her away because of her ability. She's already a prisoner of a star system civilization. Han Xiao understood. No wonder Leonard had asked for help. It turned out that Rosalind had become a key prisoner of a star system civilization. It would be difficult to rescue her now. To a star system civilization, although calamity grades were rare, they were not people that they had to give face to. With Rosalind's importance, the Hutt civilization would not easily hand her over. Even if they went to break her out, Leonard would not be able to defeat the high-level combatants of a star system civilization. He could not save his sister alone. Therefore, he must have taken a fancy to my current influence. Han Xiao thought. I know this is very abrupt, but there's nothing I can do about Rosalind's situation. I hope you can save her. Leonard bowed deeply. Han Xiao stroked his chin. Your sister seems to be an ambitious person. I feel that she brought this upon herself. Psychics could also change the thoughts of others to a certain extent, but the range and efficiency were obviously far inferior to Rosalind's Esper ability. It was perfect for preaching, and it was the type that the Arcane Church liked the most. Maybe she really is an ambitious person. I won't defend her actions. Although she abandoned me back then, and my relationship with her is very faint, she's still my family. She has already paid the price. I don't want to see her suffer. Han Xiao was surprised. He had always thought that Leonard's heart was made of machinery. This was one of the rare times that Leonard showed his emotions. After a moment of silence, Han Xiao slowly said, I can help, but this isn't that simple. Even I might not be able to get the Hutt civilization to hand her over with just one sentence. Rosalind did break the law, and this is not a reasonable request. They can totally not give me face. Leonard nodded and said seriously, I understand. You don't owe me anything. I'll continue to work for you and repay this debt. That's right, brother. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he smiled. If that's the case, I'll try my best. This time, a notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered the mission, Reformer. Mission introduction. You agreed to Leonard's request and decided to save Rosalind from the Hutt civilization. Mission requirements. Save Rosalind. Reward, 18 million experience, plus 30 Leonard favorability, plus 80 Rosalind favorability, blank character summon card. Leonard, X1 Han Xiao looked at it, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. The mission itself did not seem too difficult, but the prerequisites to trigger it were very harsh. It seemed to require a good relationship with Leonard and a high level of influence. Only then would Leonard take the initiative to ask for help. The experience reward was rather ordinary for a mission of this level. Increasing the favorability of 2 characters was also quite normal. The reward that surprised him the most was Leonard's character summon card. A blank character summon card meant that he could choose one of Leonard's abilities as an effect. Han Xiao had obtained a blank character summon card before. At that time, he had randomly obtained one of AIM's abilities and killed a Darkstar Calamity grade. Of all Leonard's abilities, the most valuable one was the powerful mechanic molding talent, perfect mechanical sense. Although there was a limit to the number of times he could use a character summon card, it was better than nothing. Most of the time, only combat missions with a draw reward had a chance of obtaining other people's molding talents. Other than character summon cards, the players would definitely not be able to obtain molding talents. Han Xiao had the NPC template, so the draw range included molding talents. However, the players did not, so there would not be missions that directly rewarded molding talents. Han Xiao was not disappointed. This was a matter of luck. If he wanted to obtain the true, perfect mechanical sense, talent, he would probably have to think of another way. A character summon card it is. It happens to be useful recently, Han Xiao thought to himself. The class advancement mission required him to create a piece of level 180 legacy orange equipment. With his current machinery affinity, it would be a little difficult to create orange equipment. He would have to find a way to increase his crafting ability. However, with the effect of perfect mechanical sense, he would be able to complete it in one go, saving him a lot of trouble. Putting away his thoughts, Han Xiao returned to the topic at hand. I'll move out in 2 days and make a trip to the hut civilization. Tell me everything you know. By the way, what does your sister look like? I haven't seen her for many years. However, when she was still the Pope, she left behind many pictures. I saved them. Take a look. Leonard took out his communicator, pulled up a few pictures, and projected them in the air. It was a woman wearing a luxurious red and white robe. Her long hair was tied into a bun, and she had beautiful hair accessories. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her facial features were similar to Leonard's. Her skin was snow white, and her temperament was graceful. In the picture, she seemed to be giving a religious speech, and below her were all devout believers who were listening with their heads lowered. Han Xiao took a look and suddenly frowned. He took another look and then stared at the woman's face in the picture, unable to move his gaze away. Noticing Han Xiao's gaze, Leonard was a little confused. What's wrong? Han Xiao came back to his senses, covered his mouth with his fist, and coughed. Nothing. Your sister is quite pretty. This time, it was Leonard's turn to have a weird expression. In reality, when he saw Rosalind's face, Han Xiaoxin was shocked. The Vilna he had just met today was someone he was familiar with in his previous life. He did not expect to see a second familiar face in one day. Chapter 687. The Hutt civilization was located in the Skywalker star system, and the Black Star Corps had a branch there. 3 years ago, the Hutt civilization had set up a diplomatic team to deal with the Black Star Corps. The person in charge of the team was an elite from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called Woolman. The Black Star Corps had an office in the Hutt civilization on a satellite near a resource planet. It was the office area of the diplomatic team. Woolman and his team members usually stayed there to monitor the mining of the resource planet and communicate with the Black Star Corps at any time. It was a leisurely day as usual. Woolman arrived at the office early in the morning and gracefully greeted his team members. He sat down at his seat and admired the starry sky outside the window. Then, he took out a book from his bag and opened it on the table. This was a literary book written in the Hutt language. He decided to finish the 8th chapter to the 11th chapter today, which would take him the whole morning. He quickly decided on his reading plan for the day. He would leave the rest for tomorrow. If he was in a good mood, he would consider reading one more chapter. In the interstellar era, in order to save unnecessary manufacturing and transportation costs, almost all entertainment and art books were electronic versions. Physical books had become collectibles. Only a small number of people who wanted to live a refined and elegant life would take the initiative to buy physical books. As an elite in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Hutt civilization and a member of the upper class of society, Woolman strictly demanded that he live a refined life. He took out a can of green powder, scooped 2 spoonfuls, and poured it into a crystal cup. He then brewed it with cold water. The green powder in the cup dissolved in the cold water and turned into a thick, blue liquid. It shone with a fluorescent light, as if there were stars rising and falling in it. It was very beautiful. It was a refreshing drink made from a plant called the frost bean, which was ground into powder and brewed with cold water. It was a special drink that the Hutts liked. It was cold and sweet. Woolman's frost bean powder was naturally not a factory product, but a hand-ground premium product. Woolman returned to his seat with the crystal cup and took a sip of the green drink. He then picked up the book on the table and adjusted the angle between his seat and the window to form a 45-degree angle. It was as if he had completed some kind of ritual. Only then did he start reading with satisfaction. He did not mind being transferred to this leisurely position, but he was not satisfied with his current job. Woolman preferred to be active in the political and diplomatic arena between civilizations and display his diplomatic charm in an elegant manner. That was the style of an elite. The Black Star Corps, on the other hand, was just an armed force. Even though they were powerful, they were just a bunch of uncultured, boorish mercenaries. Woolman did not like to deal with the Black Star Corps. In his opinion, it was an insult to himself and a waste of his talent. At this time, a team member rushed into the room and yelled, "Captain, the Black Star Corps just sent a notice. Their leader, Black Star, will be coming to the Skywalker star system in 7 days to visit the Hutt civilization. Here are the details. What's Black Star's motive for coming here personally? Woolman was alarmed. Ever since he took office, he had only settled trivial matters. This was the first diplomatic matter that was slightly more important. After taking the document and reading it carefully, Woolman said in surprise, "He wants to see Rosalind?" Who's Rosalind? Han Xiao had written down his goal to inform the Hutt civilization in advance. If it was just a meeting, with his position, the Hutt civilization should not reject him. Woolman immediately contacted the upper echelons. After a 10-minute call, he hung up and let out a sigh of relief. The upper echelons were not going to show up personally. They wanted him to be in charge of welcoming Black Star. 7 days later, Han Xiao arrived at the Skywalker star system in a spaceship and landed at a military port of the Hutt civilization's ruling planet. The Hutt civilization had already received the notice and cleared the port. Woolman and the others were already waiting at the port. The hatch opened, and Han Xiao walked out with Reynold. Woolman tidied his clothes, walked over with an elegant smile, and reached out his hand to shake Han Xiao's hand. "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm Woolman from the diplomatic team. I welcome you on behalf of the Hutt civilization." "Yo, nice to meet you." Han Xiao shook hands with him. "After hearing about your arrival, the upper echelons wanted to accompany you personally. Unfortunately, your arrival was too sudden, and they couldn't spare any time. Therefore, I'm in charge of welcoming you." "Please don't mind," Woolman said in a polite tone. In reality, this was just an excuse. The upper echelons of the Hutt civilization did not show up on purpose because the Hutt civilization had secretly cooperated with Dark Star when the Dark Star was causing trouble. Now that they heard that Black Star was visiting, they felt a little guilty and decided to send an insignificant official to welcome him. This was to observe Black Star's attitude and see why Black Star wanted to meet Rosalind. However, Woolman did not know any of this. From his perspective, the fact that the upper echelons did not show up represented the Hutt civilization's attitude toward Black Star. Although they followed the trend and invited Black Star to build a subbase 3 years ago, they did not pay too much attention to this nouveau riche and still maintained the modesty that a star system civilization should have. This attitude made Woolman very satisfied. In Woolman's eyes, Black Star was just a nouveau riche. Although Black Star was strong, he was not the only beyond grade A. He only made use of the storm of public opinion 3 years ago to make the Black Star core soar. In Woolman's eyes, he was just a nouveau riche. Black Star was just a native from a backward planet. As an elite of an old star system civilization, Woolman had a sense of superiority and did not think highly of the Black Star core. However, as a well-trained diplomat, this contempt was naturally hidden perfectly and maintained the respect on the surface. "You don't have to be so polite." Han Xiao waved his hand. Woolman nodded. "We have received your notice. Rosalind is locked up in a secret prison on this planet. You can meet her at any time. Do you want to rest first or meet her first?" "Meet her in the prison first." "Okay, please follow me." A hover car with an official license was parked outside the port. Han Xiao and Reynold followed Woolman into the car and headed to the prison where Rosalind was. The hover car drove smoothly without any tremors. The scenery outside the window flew by quickly. Inside the car, Han Xiao chatted with Woolman occasionally. Reynold sat by the side and did not smile. No one knew what he was thinking. Ralph had given him a super long vacation, so Han Xiao had plenty of time to deal with his personal matters. 7 days ago, he had received a mission from Reynold. After discovering that Rosalind was someone he knew, he immediately put aside all other arrangements and made saving Rosalind his top priority. Considering Rosalind's identity, Han Xiao brought Reynold along as well. He said it was to let the siblings meet, but in reality, it was to let Rosalind let down her guard. Originally, although Han Xiao valued Reynold, he did not think of him as someone with a strong background. However, after seeing Reynold's sister, he knew that he was definitely going to make this brother of his. Han Xiao did not hide it and asked Reynold in a voice that everyone in the car could hear, "You're going to see your sister that you haven't seen for a long time. Are you nervous?" "No." Reynold shook his head. My impression of her is already very faint. Even if we meet, I have nothing to say to her. We'll just go our separate ways. You want me to help you save Rosalind, but you don't want anything in return? It seems like your feelings for Rosalind are not as faint as you said. Han Xiao chuckled. Family members should take care of each other. Even if she abandoned me before, I should still help her when she's in trouble. Reynolds' expression was serious. Woolman listened with a smile and secretly memorized this information. Rosalind seemed to be the family of one of Blackstar's generals. Maybe this was the purpose of Blackstar's visit. He had to report it to the higher-ups later. More than 2 hours later, the hover car drove into a military base, entered the underground tunnel, and stopped at the entrance of an underground prison. The thick alloy door was open, and the warden and the guards were already waiting there. Your Excellency Blackstar, we're here. Please let me lead the way. Woolman got out of the car and opened the door for Han Xiao. He then talked to the warden for a while and led the way respectfully. This prison was very advanced, using all kinds of interstellar technology. It was very quiet, and only the buzzing of the various mechanical guards could be heard. The ceiling was equipped with all kinds of automatic weapons that automatically aimed at any heat-sensitive target. The security was very tight. Han Xiao admired it as he walked and learned a lot. He decided that after this was over, he would go back and renovate the Happy Hut. They walked past several areas and came to the single confinement cell in the deepest part. They stopped in front of an alloy cell. The person you want to see is inside. Woolman nodded. The warden opened the cell door, and everyone walked in. The space inside was not narrow, and it was divided into 2 areas by a translucent, high-strength synthetic glass. Inside the glass was Rosalind's cell. Compared to Reynolds' photo, Rosalind's long hair had been shaved short, and she was wearing a shabby prison uniform. She still looked young, and there were no traces of age on her. Instead, she had a pitiful temperament. With just one look, Han Xiao knew that this woman's highest attribute was most likely charm. She might even be on par with Fu Ding. The cell was dark, and the strong light outside the door shone in. Rosalind narrowed her eyes uncomfortably and looked at the people in front of the glass. Although she was a prisoner, her aura was stable, and her face was calm. It has been 147 days since you last looked for me. What do you want me to do this time? Reynolds said, do you still recognize me? Rosalind heard this and turned to look at Reynolds' face. She narrowed her eyes and looked at him for a while. Could it be that you are my long-dead father? I'm Reynolds. Oh, brother, so you're still alive. Rosalind sighed in disappointment. She did not seem surprised that Reynolds was here at all. What are you doing here? I'm here to save you, Reynolds said with a deep voice. I haven't seen you for decades, and you're still as stupid. Rosalind pouted at the warden beside her. Do you think he's deaf? His Excellency Blackstar will try to get you out. Blackstar? She raised her eyebrows. I don't know him. Han Xiao did not say anything and had a weird expression. The scene of siblings meeting was different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't they be hugging each other and crying together? He looked at Rosalind in the cell and clicked his tongue in wonder. He did not expect that the core member of the future Silver Revolutionary Army would be the family of one of his officers. The Silver Revolutionary Army was a main storyline of a large version. They were not rebelling against some small fry but the 3 universal civilizations. Since they were going to start a revolution, they naturally had to win the hearts of the people. Rosalind was an important and indispensable member, aka missionary. Even if he did not come, someone would sooner or later take a fancy to Rosalind's ability and save her. He had to make the first move. Rosalind was a key character in a large main storyline, so Han Xiao was especially concerned about her. He might be able to enter the Silver Revolutionary Army's plot through this clue. According to the time, the Silver Revolutionary Army should not have been formed yet. Putting aside Rosalind's identity, she also had potential. Although her Esper ability did not have much combat power, she was an irreplaceable special talent when it came to bewitching people and inciting the masses. Her Esper ability seemed very ordinary at first glance, but in fact, The final form of this Esper ability was enough to be listed on the super high-risk Esper ability restriction list. It had a terrifying ideological contagion. It was not a military conquest but a cultural conquest. Although it did not have any actual lethality, it was a killing weapon that could subvert any ruling class. Rosalind was born to be a revolutionary and a religious talent. Of course, it was also very useful if it was used to consolidate the ruling class's position. Everyone walked out of the cell, and the warden closed the door again. "You've seen her, Your Excellency Black Star. Do you have any other requests?" Woolman asked. Han Xiao glanced at Reynold, then stroked his chin and said, "Indeed, I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can bail Rosalind out. As you can see, she's the family of this officer of mine. As far as I know, she didn't break any laws of the Hutt civilization. You're only imprisoning her on behalf of the Sosiris civilization. As long as you're willing to let her go, I can talk to the Sosiris people myself. Hehe, this matter is beyond my jurisdiction. I have to inform the upper echelons. Please wait a moment." Woolman was not surprised at all. He had already guessed Black Star's intentions. He walked to the side, took out his communicator, and called the upper echelons. After talking for a while, he hung up and came back to Han Xiao with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry. This is an internal matter of our civilization. Rosalind is an important prisoner and will not accept any bail." Although the star system civilizations valued Han Xiao and wanted to have a good relationship with him, they would not give him whatever he wanted. If it was an ordinary prisoner, it might be fine, but Rosalind was also an important chess piece in the eyes of the Hutt civilization. Of course, they would not hand her over just because Han Xiao said so. "Is that so? Forget it then." Han Xiao shook his head in disappointment. "Thank you for your understanding." Woolman had a polite smile on his face as he said the official words. However, he was secretly sneering and could not help but criticize in his heart. "You're not even a beyond grader yet, and you want to bail her out with just one sentence." Chapter 688. Since the upper echelons of the Hutt civilization were not willing to hand him over, there was no need for him to stay in the prison any longer. Han Xiao expressed his intention to leave immediately, and Woolman tried to persuade him to stay a few more times. They then boarded the hover car and returned to the port. The atmosphere in the car was silent, and no one spoke. Han Xiao closed his eyes to rest, and Reynold wanted to say something but did not. Woolman secretly observed Han Xiao's expression. He felt that Black Star would definitely be unhappy about being rejected, but he did not care about what Han Xiao thought. After all, he was only relaying the message to the upper echelons. Whether Black Star was unhappy about this had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, Woolman did not feel that it was a big deal to make Black Star unhappy. Civilizations were always the mainstream of this universe, and no matter how strong Black Star was, he was not an official. As a diplomat, he felt that he could express the attitude of the upper echelons. The Hutt civilization had no intention of roping in Black Star. Currently, Purple Crystal was already ahead of them, and they could not compete with a star cluster civilization. There were so many star system civilizations trying to curry favor with Black Star, and they were just one of them. Ghidorah was the star system civilization closest to Black Star, and they were Ghidorah's competitors. No matter how he looked at it, it was impossible for Black Star to have a close relationship with the Hutt civilization. Therefore, Woolman felt that the upper echelons knew that they did not have a chance, so they were too lazy to rope in Black Star. If they could not get anything back by handing over Rosalind, why would they lower themselves and satisfy Black Star's request? As long as they were like the other star system civilizations and used the Black Star core base as a superficial connection, it would be enough. In Woolman's eyes, Black Star's action of wanting to hand someone over with just one sentence was a sign of arrogance. Star system civilizations like us will definitely give you face, but we will not give you face for everything. Just as Woolman was trying to figure out what the upper echelons were thinking, the hover car finally arrived at the port. Han Xiao and Reynold got off the car and boarded the spaceship. Woolman accompanied them all the way. Stepping on the gangway, just as they were about to enter the cabin, Han Xiao turned around and looked at Woolman, who was at the port, and suddenly smiled. "We'll meet again soon. You're welcome to visit me again." Woolman put on a sincere fake smile. The spaceship shuddered and started moving. It turned into a high-speed stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Watching the spaceship leave, Woolman stopped smiling, pinched his stiff facial muscles, and turned to wave at his team members. Done. 5 days passed peacefully. On this day, the delicate boy Woolman spent his days in the Skywalker Galaxy's Black Star core branch as usual. An urgent notice was sent to his mailbox, saying that a team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was about to arrive at the Black Star core branch, and he had to be prepared to receive them. That's weird. Why did they send someone to the Black Star core division without any prior notice? What are they trying to do? This notice did not follow the procedures, nor did it explain the purpose of this group of colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Woolman was a little confused, but since it was a mission assigned by the higher-ups, he could only complete it. After gathering his team members and making arrangements to receive them, Woolman brought them to the port of the branch and waited for the arrival of this group of colleagues. This Black Star core satellite base was built on the outer orbit of the resource planet. It orbited the planet and supervised the mining teams on the planet. The port was a floating galactic spaceport built next to the satellite base. It was an independent small space station. Woolman waited for more than half an hour. An official spaceship with the Hutt Civilization's logo approached from afar and docked at the spaceport. The spaceship stopped, and the hatch slowly opened. A group of people dressed as diplomats accompanied a few purple crystal people as they walked down the gangway while chatting and laughing. Woolman hurriedly walked up and introduced himself. "This is Woolman, the person in charge of diplomacy in the Black Star core branch. These are the emissaries from the Amethyst civilization. We've just completed a handover and are about to rest here," a diplomat said elegantly. Emissaries from the Amethyst civilization. Woolman was shocked. Purple Crystal was the civilization in charge of Colton, and Hutt was only one of the star system civilizations. Sending an emissary to visit was an important diplomatic mission. Woolman could not help but be envious of this group of colleagues from the Foreign Affairs Department who were happily chatting with the Purple Crystal emissaries. They were able to interact with emissaries from star cluster civilizations and were usually active in the political arena between civilizations. Their work was more elegant and dignified, but he was sent to be in charge of an armed organization. "I'll be transferred back sooner or later," Woolman consoled himself. Back then, the higher-ups had sent him to be in charge of the Black Star core branch because they believed in his capabilities and that there would not be any mistakes. An elite diplomat like him would definitely return to the Foreign Affairs Department. Just as he was about to invite the Purple Crystal emissaries to rest, a woman was escorted down the spaceship by a few armed personnel. Woolman turned around and was instantly stunned. The woman who was escorted over was Rosalind, whom he had met with Black Star a few days ago. Woolman's eyes flashed with shock. He pulled a colleague who was accompanying the Purple Crystal emissaries and whispered, "Why is she on your spaceship? Why did you bring her over?" That colleague was stunned. "You know her. She's a felon that the Purple Crystal emissaries specially sent to receive. Her name is Rosalind." Woolman's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly thought of Black Star. Could it be, at this time, another spaceship landed? Woolman recognized this battleship. It was Black Star's spaceship. The hatch opened, and Han Xiao walked down with Reynold. The few Purple Crystal emissaries who did not usually smile smiled and went up to them. After chatting for a while, the Purple Crystal emissaries waved their hands, and a few armed personnel escorted Rosalind to Han Xiao. They removed all the restraints on her and released her on the spot. Rosalind rubbed her wrists, glanced at Reynold, and looked deeply at Han Xiao. She did not say anything and was brought into the blacklight stealth by Reynold. Han Xiao turned around and saw Woolman standing at the edge of the crowd in a daze. He smiled and walked over. "As I said, we will meet again very soon." "You." Woolman suddenly did not know what to say to deal with the situation in front of him. "Actually, it's not a big deal. Your Hutt civilization doesn't allow bail, so I can only find a civilization that allows bail. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Woolman's lips trembled, and he forced a stiff smile. He had 10,000 curses in his heart, but he did not dare to say them out loud. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that his colleague was smiling like a spring breeze, as if he knew this would happen, and he was the only one who was kept in the dark. At this moment, he felt that his most precious sense of superiority was shattered into pieces, and it was shattered by the Hut civilization's government that gave him this sense of superiority. Han Xiao did not look at him anymore. He turned around and shook hands with the purple crystal emissaries. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he boarded the spaceship and left with Rosalind. Woolman clenched his fists and forced a smile again. Work was more important when dealing with the purple crystal emissaries. After settling these emissaries down, Woolman returned to his office. He was the only one in the room for now. Sitting in his seat, Woolman let out a long sigh. He wanted to suppress his thoughts, pick up the book, and continue reading, but he realized that he could not focus. Thinking about Blackstar, Woolman did not feel good. He secretly comforted himself that this was a game between the upper echelons, and it had nothing to do with him. He did not have any conflict with Blackstar. Luckily, he had always maintained diplomatic etiquette. No one knew how much Blackstar had mocked him in his mind. As long as he did not fight with himself, no one would know that he felt embarrassed. Beep beep. At this time, Woolman's communicator rang. He opened it and saw that it was a message from his direct superior. His Excellency Blackstar told us that he was very satisfied with your reception and felt very comfortable. He also hopes to see you again next time. Your transfer application will be postponed for now. You will continue to be in charge of the diplomatic missions of the Blackstar Corps Division. Bang! A few team members were about to push the door open and enter when they suddenly heard the sound of something being smashed in the office. They hurriedly pushed the door open and saw that team leader Woolman's face, which had always been calm, was now ashen. The floor beside his table was full of debris. The crystal cup that he usually used was smashed into pieces, and the green drink wet the physical book that he usually took care of. Blacklight stealth, main hall of the cabin. The three of them each sat in a corner of the circular sofa, forming a tripartite formation. Rosalind's eyes kept moving between Han Xiao and Reynold. Reynold sat upright and looked straight ahead. Han Xiao leaned against the sofa with one hand on the back of the chair and the other holding a wine glass. He looked at Rosalind with interest. You saved me because you want me to do something for you. Don't be shy. Tell me. Rosalind broke the silence first, her tone cynical. Reynold frowned. I just wanted to save you, that's enough. Save those words for yourself. Rosalind interrupted Reynold, crossed her legs, and said with a mocking expression, I don't know this, Your Excellency Blackstar. In order to get me out, you even invited people from Purple Crystal. The cost must be quite high. I don't believe that you paid such a huge price just to fulfill the wish of a stupid subordinate. Heh, you should have told this black something about my ability. Sorry, your nickname is too stupid. I can't be bothered to say it out loud. Is this woman a porcupine? She will attack anyone she catches, Han Xiao mumbled to himself. He remembered that Rosalind did not have such a personality during the Silver Revolutionary Army in his previous life. Reynolds said with a deep voice, I'm using myself as an exchange to ask His Excellency Blackstar to save you. Don't be ungrateful. Oh. Rosalind curled her lips and said, so, you think I'll definitely be grateful to you? You. Reynolds was annoyed. I'm quite curious. This black something actually agreed to such a request. Is there anything about you that he values? Rosalind sized Reynolds up. I'm already a calamity grade. Wow, you've grown up, haven't you? Rosalind opened her mouth wide exaggeratedly and clapped her hands twice, not showing any sincerity at all. She shrugged and said, so, you're saying that he values you a lot? Reynolds was speechless. Han Xiao was right beside him, and he did not want to boast that he was valued. He felt like he was overthinking. Ahem. Han Xiao interrupted their conversation and said, inviting the Amethyst civilization is not difficult for me. You've been locked up for too long and have never heard of my name. It was impossible for him to use force. Even if he had the status now, as long as he attacked a civilization, he would still be punished. The army was still growing, so it was impossible for him to destroy his own foundation. As for removing the base to show his attitude, it would not have a good impact. It would make the other galactic civilizations feel that he was kidnapping the will of a galactic regime. He was not a beyond grader yet, so it was not good to be too domineering. It was not conducive to maintaining a stable relationship. It was actually very easy to solve this problem. If the Hutt civilization could take over Rosalind from Cyrus, Purple Crystal could also take over the prisoners from them. All they had to do was transfer one of them. Purple Crystal valued him far more than Hutt did because he and Purple Crystal were equal partners, and Hutt knew that he could not compete with them. No matter how strong Blackstar was, he was not their strongest ally, so Hutt could not be bothered to curry favor with him. Of course, he would not give him any face. However, showing loyalty to Purple Crystal would bring many benefits. Therefore, if Purple Crystal took action, the Hutt civilization would be able to turn around. Small impact and high efficiency, this was Han Xiao's first choice. If it were the players doing this mission, they would have to use brute force to break out of prison. Is that so? Seems like you're a big shot. Rosalind raised her brows. It seems like I need to study the history of the past decade. As she spoke, Rosalind stood up slowly, walked in front of Han Xiao, grabbed his wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. She then threw the empty glass away, sat down again, burped, and waved her hand casually. I'm thirsty, so I borrowed some. A big shot like you definitely won't lower yourself to my level, right? Han Xiao turned to look at Reynold. Your sister has quite a personality. She's like a scoundrel. She's always been so casual and mean since she was young. She never considered the feelings of others. Reynold could not help but complain. So, I'm not surprised that she became an ambitious schemer who toyed with the entire civilization. Yeah, I'm an ambitious schemer, a scoundrel. If you let me out, countless people will suffer. Do you regret saving me, my dear little brother? Rosalind made a face. No. Reynold snorted, not bothering to argue with her. TSK, I'm a little touched. What should I do? Sure enough, no matter how much you hurt your family is always willing to be the scapegoat. Rosalind stretched and said lazily, since you're not going to use me, can I leave at will? If you refuse, I'll take it that you're still going to use me. Of course, you don't have to be ashamed of your hypocrisy. I've seen this kind of thing many times. Hearing this, Reynold turned to look at Han Xiao. He only wanted to save Rosalind and fulfill his duty. As for where Rosalind would go in the future, he did not care at all. Only Han Xiao could make the decision to let her go. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and suddenly asked, You founded the new church in your hometown and brainwashed countless people to make them believe in you. Everyone thinks that you're an ambitious schemer. Well, you have the same vision as all the ordinary people in the world. At the same time, you also like to repeat nonsense. Rosalind's face was full of sarcasm. What, is a big shot like you trying to criticize my actions? Tell me, I'll try to repent for 1 minute. Any more than that would be too much. But I don't think you're an ambitious schemer. You're a reformer. Han Xiao leaned forward and stared into Rosalind's eyes. His tone was neither light nor heavy. He started to fertilize her. As soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 689. Cough, I'm just kidding. My thoughts were drifting today. My writing period was even more timely than my period. I wrote more than 700 words of text. After reading it, I felt that I must have awakened some strange attribute when I was writing it. It was all strange ideas. My eyes were almost blinded by it. So I planned to adjust the outline of the subsequent plot, cut out some side plots, and simplify the direction of the subsequent plot. The main thing is to respond to the call of my brothers, to enter version 3.0 as soon as possible so that the leaks can return. So brothers, please let me stand up for a day. I'll adjust the plot plan during the version update period and increase the density of the plot. GU Chapter 690. Interesting. This is the first time someone has lied and praised me. Rosalind forced a sarcastic smile to hide the panic in her heart. You can disguise yourself with your ambition, but you can't fool everyone. You created the new church and changed the people's faith not because of your ambition. You have other intentions. Han Xiao smiled. Han Xiao had limited knowledge of Rosalind, but in his previous life, in the Silver Revolutionary Army version, the players had collected a lot of information about Rosalind. After Han Xiao recognized Rosalind, he recalled this information. A considerable part of it was Rosalind's past. She had told others about her past. Although she did not tell the players where her hometown was, she had mentioned what she had done in her hometown and her motives. According to this information, Han Xiao knew that Rosalind's true motives had nothing to do with ambition. She did not manipulate the faith for power. Han Xiao knew Rosalind better than she did. To be able to become the backbone of the Silver Revolutionary Army, other than having a special ability, she also had a heart that was not satisfied with the status quo and a unique ambition. Rosalind's heart skipped a beat. This was the first person to see through her disguise. She hurriedly suppressed the shock in her heart and stabilized her mind with caution and vigilance. This was a habit that she had developed over the years. Black Star has only seen me twice, and is already saying all this for no reason. He must have some ulterior motive. He must be exaggerating on purpose. How could he know what I'm thinking? The true motive of building the church and gathering faith had always been the deepest secret in her heart. Rosalind had never told anyone else. She did not think that Black Star would be able to guess it. Reynald also turned to look at Han Xiao suspiciously. Could it be that his sister had other secrets? Your ability is to subtly change people's mental appearance. The effect is not strong, and you can't completely control others as you wish. However, you can instill all kinds of thoughts in them. With a confident look, Han Xiao slowly said, "Thoughts are invisible, but they are like the strings that control a puppet, affecting every aspect of an individual. Whether he is loyal or rebellious, passionate or hypocritical, cheerful or gloomy, a lot of these depend on his thoughts. The same environment can create different people, and it's also because of his thoughts." As he spoke, he pointed at Rosalind, who was forcing herself to calm down, and smiled. The new thoughts you give them through your ability are very contagious. In the eyes of the government in your hometown, your thoughts are a virus, but in my eyes, your thoughts are a seed that can change the development of thousands of people. You. Rosalind's expression changed. Without waiting for her to react, Han Xiao continued speaking unhurriedly. The personality of a civilization depends partly on their nature and partly on the traditional thoughts passed down from ancient times. Those that cannot be controlled by future generations will change independently at various stages of the historical process. In the end, these thoughts left behind by history will eventually dissolve into the bloodline of this race and become their mental foundation. History only happens once, and a race does not have a second chance to choose. It could even be said that there is no chance to choose at all. From a macroscopic perspective, the culture and personality of a civilization and race is almost random. Finding a result that may not be the best solution in the endless variables, or of course, there may not even be an optimal solution. I call you a reformer because I know that you didn't establish a sect in your hometown for power but to reform your own race. Han Xiao smiled. To be honest, I'm a little impressed by your ambition. What you want to change is not a regime or a system. What you want to change is the culture, ideology, and spiritual pursuit of the entire race, thereby changing the spiritual foundation of the race. This news was like a hurricane. Reynald was shocked. His mouth was wide open as he stared at Rosalind. If what Han Xiao said was true, his sister's plan was simply unbelievably huge. As if struck by lightning, Rosalind was dumbfounded. Her face was filled with disbelief. Han Xiao smiled secretly. These were the motives that Rosalind had set herself in his previous life. Now, she was using them to fool the person in question. The effect was off the charts. After a pause, he continued. Reforming the system and the government is not as long-lasting as changing the mental foundation of the entire race. Many problems are human problems. Personality determines fate. When there is no external influence, this rule also applies to a civilization. History is already set. In the process of a civilization's development, there is basically no chance to actively change its personality. What you're doing is implanting new thoughts into the race through the form of abilities and religion, giving them the opportunity to change. This is your race transformation plan. Han Xiao touched his chin. But you're just an individual in this race. In the eyes of others, you don't have the right to change everyone's thoughts. Everyone has been imprinted with history and tradition during their growth. You can't change the deep-rooted traditions that have been passed down for thousands of years, so you've become a heretic and a sinner. In his opinion, Rosalind's actions were simply aiming to become a saint. Han Xiao could not help but mock Rosalind in his mind. Denying history and denying the national spirit that has been passed down. You're very empty, and your thoughts are too dangerous. There really is no problem locking you up. However, this woman's thoughts are not wrong. Han Xiao's eyes darted around. If there were no Confucianism in the history of his previous life, then the ideas passed down by the people thousands of years later would be different, and the logic of how people conducted themselves would also change to a certain extent. In that case, China might have been able to expand its territory in history. And the simplest way to change the mental outlook of a race is through religion and school. Therefore, you chose to establish a sect, gather believers, and subtly change people's personalities. This is your true motive. Han Xiao stared at Rosalind with great interest. Am I right? Rosalind's hands trembled. She took a deep breath and looked at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. You're right. Rosalind's tone was low, and her frivolous attitude was completely gone. At this moment, Han Xiao vaguely saw the aura of a sect's pope from her. She looked straight into Han Xiao's eyes and said in a deep voice, I'm not that noble. Reynolds and my parents died in a political protest, and the Sosiris civilization disappointed me time and time again. That's why I wanted to change some things. You're right. I really don't have the power to change the mental outlook of the entire race, and they might not need me. However, if no one does something extraordinary under the pressure, nothing will change. I've established the sect for many years, but I only managed to change a small portion of people's personalities. Through the teachings and Esper ability, I made them positive, let them grasp the present, and made them better. As long as the sect continues to be passed down, even without my Esper ability in the future, these thoughts will become more and more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Unfortunately, it caused a backlash. After so many years of suffering, Rosalind was deeply wary of everyone. Her vicious tongue and frivolous attitude were her protective disguise. Because there were too many people trying to deceive and use her, she had once made up her mind not to open her heart to anyone. Even if she was misunderstood, she would not defend herself. However, this was the first time Rosalind had confided in an outsider. She stared at Han Xiao, and a complicated feeling rose in her heart. There was shock, relief, and a trace of comfort from meeting someone who understood her. These were the deepest secrets in her heart, and she had never told anyone else. However, Black Star saw through it so easily and said her true thoughts. This was also the first time Rosalind had met someone who understood her so well. She almost lost her composure. Reynolds was speechless. He looked at Rosalind in disbelief and sized her up as if he suspected that his sister had been replaced by someone else. He could not imagine that Rosalind would have such lofty ambitions. She wanted to fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Seeing Rosalind admit it, Han Xiao was secretly excited. This fertilization method was indeed as useful as before. In his previous life, the Silver Revolutionary Army had tricked her this way. Achoo! On Blue Star, Bennett suddenly sneezed. After Rosalind finished speaking, the room became quiet. The few of them did not speak for a while. Han Xiao knocked on the table and took the initiative to speak. Then what are your plans in the future? You can't go back to Sosiris. You're now a prisoner of Purple Crystal in name. I've bailed you out, so you can't run around. Rosalind heard that and glanced at Reynolds. She smiled gently. I understand. After saying so much, you still want me to stay. You're a talent. I like talents. Han Xiao naturally did not have to deny it. Since my brother is working for you, even if you use me, you won't go overboard. Alright, you used your connections to save me. I owe you a favor. My brother is my brother. I won't use him to repay your favor. Furthermore, I don't have much combat power. I'm definitely not a match for a big shot like you. Rosalind stretched and regained her playful attitude. She blinked at Han Xiao and deliberately revealed a flirtatious expression. Since I can't escape, I have no choice. I'll lend my body to you as a tool. Use it as you wish. Don't stand on ceremony. Okay. Han Xiao nodded without batting an eyelid. However, he cursed in his heart. Damn, still pretending. Do you think I can't see such a huge +80 red heart favorability? Will you die if you tell me honestly that you're very grateful? Will you die? With the biggest problem settled, Han Xiao asked Reynold to take Rosalind to rest and eat something to replenish her nutrition. After being locked up for so many years, Rosalind's body was rather weak. She urgently needed to recover. After the two of them left, Han Xiao remained in the hall alone. He tapped his fingers on the sofa and pondered about how to make use of Rosalind's special talent. Rosalind's ability was very suitable for ideological construction. He felt that he could use her to strengthen the corporate culture of the Black Star Corps and cultivate slogans such as "Let the Black Star's radiance spread throughout the galaxy" and "May the Black Star rise again." Bloodshed Land also had people specialized in ideological construction. In other words, Rosalind can take on the role of political commissar. Han Xiao touched his lips excitedly. Using mental construction to make leeks grow stronger, wasn't this a powerful compound fertilizer? Moreover, her ability is very special. In the future, the Silver Revolutionary Army might still target her. I can't keep such an ambitious person around forever. In this case, if she becomes a core member of the Silver Revolutionary Army like in my previous life, I might be able to form good karma with them and maintain a good relationship with them. We won't become enemies. The Silver Revolutionary Army was naturally very powerful to be able to become a main storyline of a large version. Although Han Xiao did not want to join them to rebel against the three universal civilizations at all, he did not want to become enemies with them either. Perhaps through Rosalind, he could discover traces of the Silver Revolutionary Army before they did anything. Then, he would be able to react in advance. Han Xiao thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with his train of thought. He then opened the interface. In the mission list, the Reformer mission had already been completed, and he had already obtained the reward. A completed Reynold character summon card was in the interface. It can be used 3 times, and each time lasts for 16 hours. It seems like this type of character summon card also takes into account the period of time needed to build machinery. It can be used for both combat and construction. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. With the effect of this character summon card, it would not be a problem to build orange equipment. He only needed to complete the blueprint mission and obtain the Silver Legacy blueprint. After looking at the effect again, Han Xiao became more and more envious of Reynold. I really want to obtain the original, perfect mechanical sense, talent. Sigh, we are different. After saving Rosalind, Han Xiao split up with Reynold. He had Reynold bring Rosalind back to the headquarters and settle her down. He then piloted the spaceship and left the Colton star cluster, heading toward the location of the blueprint mission. Be it the matters of the Black Star Corps, Vilna, or Rosalind, none of them were as important as his class advancement mission. Only by increasing his strength could he maintain his current foundation. With the hope of completing the class advancement mission, Han Xiao put down the other work in his hands and focused on the class advancement. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.